Hi, Breadstick. How are you? Oh. Right, I think we are just about good to go here. Hi, Cyril. What's up? Thanks for subbing on YouTube, Seth Cummings. Going good. I can actually walk normally today. Ah, yeah, of course your foot is still recovering. I hope things are okay. Hope foot is feeling a little bit less, you know, torn up. Hello, we are back. Yeah. We're on one of the last grinds that we have in this game, which is Silver Relic Shards. Which means Akasha until this is 100, and then we're doing Angel Halos. Oh, we're back to very, very fast Akashas. When I logged up last night, I was like, man, these Akashas are kind of slow because Japan's in bed. That's not the case now. Doesn't Cyril play Honkai Star Rail? It's very kind of you to share the code. Definitely a few people who play Honkai Star Rail. No. I must have mixed up my Hoyo games. At this summer day, there is no chance of us even tapping something that is not like near max health. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 is massive. That was part of the reason I uninstalled Final Fantasy 14, because it was actually taking up so much space on my PC, on my SSD. I was like, I'm not really playing this, and I can't install anything else. Too huge. This grind has been a pretty long time coming. Oh, surely there's no way we get into this. Hello, Twishweet. Are you, darling? Oh, we made it, we made it. What you have to do is believe. How are you today? So what is Rostix or Rustix or something? Twishweet is a big Honkai Star Rail player. He loves it. You can't shut him up about it. You're rocking through Arknights now with its PC client. Twishweet. I'd take it, Bellico. It's cool, but it will cost you a fortune probably to send it here. Yeah, PC Arc Knights launched yesterday, I think. Emulated games are not it. I think we could probably agree. You have savings. I wouldn't spend them on that, mate. What, trying to send the thing to me, Bellico? I can give you my address, but... Yeah, it'll be expensive for you to send, no doubt. I don't know how things work in Russia either. I don't know whether it's hard to mail things outside of Russia. I can handle it. Big man, Bellico. How can you not like Peak, Bellico? Dang it! Bellico, maybe it's time, maybe it's a sign that you should get into Honkai Star Rail. Think about it. Now is your time. Hello the bot. How are you? Yeah, Bellico's alive. Just been doing things. Hell yeah, Genshin Cafe. Take some photos. I'd love to see what a Russian Genshin Cafe looks like. Hell yeah, brother. Keep on fighting the good fight, bot. Hello. Come on. You little rats. Imagine the smell. I like kind of numb to it. I've been to too many Magic the Gathering tournaments, Cabisaur. It really doesn't get any worse than that. Literal unwashed masses. Cabisaur only plays Genshin. $15 gems. Ugh, idols. Ugh. It's the opposite of peak again. Gully. That's gully, mate. No. Why would I pick that one? I'm a fool. Why would I pick the one with 8 people in rather than one person in? You don't need to do anything. You just input the code and that's it. No strings attached. So what's the catch, you might add? Nothing. Except for a small one-time fee of... Mr. Breast Scam. I think that's a different scam, Cabisaur. Marsh only plays the Where is Fox game. Fox and Marsh, I believe it. In Gene's chat. Ah yes, Gene. I love that streamer, Gene. Gene Azard. It's like Jean Grey, but like kind of Temmie. Sounds like a good plan, Cyril. Hi, Jakero, how are you? Love to hear that, Jakero. I love to hear that, mate. What do you got planned for the day? Campaign exclusive quests, yeah. 300 campaign exclusive quests, pretty hot stuff. Yep, you need about 5 mil honor in Dread Barrage to get 20 chests. Just over, I think, 5 mil. What are you trying to find? You mean, what am I trying to farm? I'm trying to farm silver relic shards. Doing a cacher until we have 100 silver relic shards of whatever this one is, sword. And then I'm going to do Angel Halo to finish gun and harp. Nah, I'm not doing Fighter Origin particularly. Fighter Origin also takes a lot longer to kill than a cacher. Hello? I need to grind books, actually. I'm gonna need to grind books for Ranger Origin, aren't I? Maybe I should do that. So much longer though. Little monster. Come on. It does sound like it's that. It is that. Damn it. Getting on with you, huh? Yeah, I guess we could do that instead. We do need to get all three. Hold on. I'll do that in a minute. We already have all the Fighter Origin books, but we need we're gonna need more books for Ranger Origin, presumably. I need both, don't we? Awkward. Guess we make dark. Just finish the secret story. Yeah, I like that one. Good story. Should have done that first. And my brain is really not working today. Okay. With that, we did it. Thanks, man. Hold on, I'm in the middle of trying to do some things. Sure seems that way, brother. Thanks, Shaman. I don't have any of my abilities turned on, so it's gonna be really slow. I'll just give it a couple of blasts. You can do as you will. Then we need shop, trade, power ups. Is that right? Skill items, Talumas. Oh yeah, I don't have any of these. Lineage fraggies. From what, Lindworm? Can't be bothered to farm Lindworm right now, so looks like we're buying them through here. We need something else as well. Omega Talima. Omega Talima. Omega Talima. Actually, know what we replace it. Do this. Is it? Yeah, gun. It's a gun? That's a gun? Oh yeah, I suppose it is. I thought it was a dagger. Thanks for that, Chairman. Very kind of you, sir. Tomorrow's a big day. Huge even. It is? How do you get the unparalleled shows to show up? I don't actually know. I have no idea. Oh, it's Flash Gala tomorrow, is it? Ah, cool. Good luck. Because with the skills on the gun. Ah. Yeah, I should probably do that. Thanks, Sensei. Oh, also, it's not in the right thingy. It's not actually even in this grid. I didn't put it on the X grid either. We'll fix that quickly. Scummer Scamsher. I don't think there's another one. I feel very fucked up here. I don't know why. That's on me. Oh, it's because we joined so late, right? Let me see if I can get these books up a second. There's a challenge finding things on the item list. Do I remember where they are? Ah, here they are. Yes, I do. I think we're good now. Sorry about that. Hello, Son. Hello, Lars. How are you guys? How are you, darlings? You might not be a gent, Capisaur, but you sure are a sweetheart. Just woke up from your night out. Ah, cool. I hope you had a great time. Great people shine bright. Oh, this is a heal block on it, doesn't it? I forgot. Is it him? Oh. These fuck-ass tomberries replicate faster than rabbits. Why? Is that why are you even still in there? Are you trying to remake weapons still? Can't be so. Ah, you're looking for a cesty still. I see, I see. Is Sweat Raw one of the best emotes that means nothing? I guess. Sure, it means a lot of things to a lot of people. Trying to figure out how to clear aisle 7 trash mobs for warrior one-handed sky weapon. Yeah, it's not great. Probably clear out the house of the boss and then pull into the house so you don't get knocked. So that when you get knocked into the house. Since presumably you don't have a horse seat. Thankfully, I shouldn't have to look again. Look at Sky again in a very long time. God, that zone sucks. I'm glad you're having fun, man. You did your first group content? Did D4 hate raid with 7 other nerds? Yeah. Yeah, hate and fear are just zones with so much stuff in them. That kind of thing is great for moat farming. Yeah, there'll be a lot of, as with any game, mate, there'll be a lot of like more casual players. Don't really care about that kind of stuff. Just playing for fun. Just looking to get some moats to make their abilities more powerful. God, we need Eternity Sand so much. Let's have another 2 Draconics to make. That's 2. Still have Catzelia to take to 100. That's 3. Still have Fighter Origin to unlock. That's 3. That's more sand than we have right currently. The Ranger Origin, we need another 3. Sand situation is grim. I should have used thing first. So much better when we can use Fighter Origin. I think every single one of our elements apart from wind benefits so massively from us getting Fighter Origin. Does your Dark team have an M3 grid? Yeah, it does. But I don't have a Celeste. My Celeste is like... Dude, my sand situation is so grim. We need so much sand. I don't know where it's coming from. Nine. Rich man over there. There isn't a single chance Lumineer is getting transcended. It's not happening. Not even the slightest chance. 0% chance. Yes, indeed, 40 play. Light gets nothing. Absolutely nothing. I don't know why I backed out from that. Actually, let's just do a higher HP one. Like a nice high HP. The Masheros are so hard to get honor on if you don't hit them at high HP. Especially Virtuosic. Fuck Virtuosic. Mr. I just randomly take no fucking damage constantly. It's like, you could look at all your damage numbers, they're not doing anything to me. What a guy. Can I play the new Kingdom Hearts? 0% chance. Sorry, Kevin, saw it. We have a guy here just called Death. He knows what he likes. What's up, Breadstick? Man, this stream is awesome. It's plainly what you mean. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, we got fucked up. Traits are harder to mastery trials or Revens? Kind of depends. Each Revens is different. You need different things to deal with it. Each mastery trial is different. You need different things to deal with it. Depends what you have. Make it look so easy with auto. Yeah, sort of, kind of. I don't think this is really that easy, even just on auto here. I should be like micromanaging various different things around the omen-y things. I'm just being lazy. These are quite hard. We just have good characters and I mean like an okay grid, a half decent grid. I'm just a noob in this game, Nick. I'm definitely not doing things well here. You're doing an unparalleled foe. Holy moly. Holy foley. Okay. Come have a look in a second. You're meant to have a cooldown here for 10%. I'm being lazy, so I don't. I don't see it, Jamman. I'm not saying it's right, this is definitely not the element we should be looking for. Why did it default to that? Is it because we haven't joined one today? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Sorry, friends. Guess we're dark in here. That's fine. These guys have got it covered. That's my new win team. Nah, win team's my new win team. I do like my dark team. I think my dark team's really fun. It's fun to auto. It's fun to manual. Nice job, dude. Nice job. Doesn't seem to reduce damage. Might be better for me to use. Happened to me yesterday. Didn't seem to reduce damage. Might actually be better for you to use the light team. Yeah, could be. It's definitely taking reduced damage. Like 100% is taking reduced damage. It's not 90% though. It's like, I don't know, 50%, 60%, 70%. I don't know. Something like that. You can still deal damage. Maybe I could try using my light on Martial Mastery Trial. I'm kidding. I would never do that. Nah, I've used my light on this before. It's not that bad. It's not great though, unsurprisingly. Like, we can't actually even do any of the omens for this. But this boss actually so fucking useless. I think the light has more chance of doing omens than Dark Tomb. Dark Tomb just defend against the omens and tank it. We can save Beelzebub, do the plain damage omen. We don't have any, I guess we technically have CA activation. Hitting this many times is super hard for us. Hello, Chiwi. Little rat. Another unparalleled foe. You have no parallel, sir. Actually, Zen, okay, I'll come have a look in a minute. If it's still alive. Imagine people are going to murder it very quickly. Tomorrow, I think we get the second one. Not that I'm really sure it matters. I think you get gems for defeating them the first time or something, though. That's great parking, sir. I see what you've done there. Oh, it actually shows up with unparalleled foe when there's an unparalleled foe ready to join. Oh, we're on dark again. Hello, we are here to represent the element that we are meant to. This is normal. This is going exactly how it is intended to. Nice shot, man. I'm not sure what these are doing, to be entirely honest, but fine. We're almost at our 45 mil. I never pulled my weight in my life, mate. Not planning on starting now. Some kind of trophy. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's a trophy for killing X amount of unparalleled foes or whatever. Yeah, indeed, Drakero. I bet. I do such a bad job on these mastery trials, man. On the virtuosic mastery trial, I just like it's very much made so you don't charge attack it. I just power through the charge attacks like that. Just charge attack it anyway, like a million times. Power through it. Yeah, I charge attack on virtuosic. I basically don't obey the omens or anything on any of these. Yeah, my wind team does what is it, like 10 CAs on turn 1. And it's a little tricky. What rank am I? Like 316 or 17 or something like that? I'll probably, the next time the Tales of event comes around, I'll probably push rank on that. That seems like just by far the best way. I'm sure we still need some evoker stuff. And go do the Militis bosses. I couldn't believe how many ranks that gave us last time. You don't think Tales is coming back? I think it probably will. Unless they give us a new event in its place. Because they'll need a delivery system for the Praj Knight, in the same way that Records of the 10 delivers blue bars. New evoker related missions. I mean, that would be cool. Different game mode is fine too. Oh yeah, new Skyscape missions tomorrow. There's like a sunlight stone and stuff behind it, I think. Yeah, it could be that Acumen. They have to add something to give Praj Knights, right? They have to add some kind of mode or something to give Praj Knights, as they seem to want to mirror the blue bar format where they have 2 Praj Knights per event. A copy of each weapon and a copy of the summon. Copy of each, what, every weapon in the game. Every summon in the game. Odious, okay. I have little to no interest in Odious. Like, it's just... it is not as fun of a farm as most of the other stuff in the game for me. I don't really like RNG style farming. It's not for me. Hey Terrible, how you doing? Pumping some Wind Odious. Nice. Good luck. Seeing those wretched gacha characters on your team, did you pull the plug and decide to roll away my stash? We did a spark on Grand Charlotta, like last month. Whenever the Yukata Anubis banner was. Yes, thank you, Ben. But they don't have anything to do with the Dark Team. How do you say I am handsome? I don't know, like that? Thanks. It's not a particularly good one because it kind of is spelled out. Thanks though, Aubrey. Very kind of you. Icy Wiener. Those are the classics. Shit, I'm meant to be like concentrating on this or something. One of these turns he applies a healing debuff. I can't remember which one it is. I think it's after the 2 omens. I love that we can't do any of the omens here. Doing the fight as side games intended. Meanwhile, my light team, I have to like micromanage everything, and they just get murdered by everything. After fumbling around a few turns. Poor guys. Oh, Paladin Shield. One day we'll level up our Celeste. One day. When the sand flows freely. Any day now. Oh, it's that turn. Yeah, just need Broxus to, I don't know, touch my account in some way. Give a little kiss. Kiss on the cheek. Oh, we still had our revive. Apart from our reload here. rejoining lower ones and just shooting for 5 mil. Moving on. If I want to farm this relatively efficiently, as fun as it is actually just playing out the fights. Hey, Pi! I'm a great Spirit Airlines. I have no idea what that means, but I appreciate it, man. Thanks, Narcos. How's it going, man? Up too early, yeah, it's pretty early over there, huh? $6:45. What are you doing up so early? Just go to sleep, lol. Your son took over my bed. Oh, Jesus. You're a saint, Narcos. I don't know how you do kids, mate. This team should definitely not be using the Elder Sub up main summon, but it's still better than a low level Celeste, sadly. I don't really like doing raids like this, but gotta play the game, I guess. I like sticking to the end of raids. It's more fun. Yeah, it'll just take forever, won't it? Hello, good sir. Reverse 99 anniversary is up, and I was wondering, why did you exactly quit the game? Can you elaborate on it a bit? Yeah, sure. So, I played Reverse 99 for, what, about 8 months or something like that? During that time, I played some really cool stories, but they were kind of few and far between. A lot of the story content in that game is actually not really to my taste whatsoever. Some of it's great, some of it's really fantastic. A lot of it's kind of mid, in my opinion. It's all very pretty, and it's well voiced and all of that. It's just that I don't like the stories that get so esoteric and abstract. I like grittier, firmer writing, and while that does appear in the game, it's less common than the other. On top of that, there's a whole lot of filler in that game. Like pretty much everything you do in the game external to the story, it all feels like these really not particularly exciting mini games that were not a pleasure to play through in any way, shape or form. The combat is not particularly in-depth or exciting. So while it's a beautiful game and it has a lot of spirit in it, and they obviously have a lot of passion behind the game, it's not personally to my taste. Hi, Diego. And how are you, Diego? Hi, Elysian. Yeah, I absolutely studied Hexamats, mate. I have been successfully farming it a bit. We need, what, about another 30 mats now? Which is not really that bad. Thank you, that's so kind of you. Whether or not I will be able to get it, I don't know. Supposed to be connected to a Zoom class. Hella boring, your brain. I see. Oh man, you gotta do what you gotta do. No, it's fine. You can drop it in here. If I don't get into it, it's perfectly fine, dude. Don't worry about it. Someone will benefit from it. Thank you very much for sharing. Your class is next week. You'll be fine, Ilaria. Thank you. It's very, very kind of you. Oh. Of course, we just did that one. We'll probably have to pop back into those other ones to help clear them. Oh, that's the Hexa. Whoops. Wrong one. Hey, Anthony. How's it going? No, it's really, really kind of you. It helps out so much as well, Elysian. Not just to me, but to everyone who manages to join those things. Like, Hexamats help so much being able to forge some Draconics or max a Dark Opus or whatever. They help so much for new players. You have questions on the Dread Barrage event? Okay, I'm still a relatively new player, Anthony. Full disclosure here, but I can try to help, and maybe someone else in chat can help if I can't. TH20? What's that? TH20 as well. TH20. TH20. Treasure Hunt 20? What does that mean? Ah, you started like 3 weeks ago. Ah, cool. I've been playing for what, about 5 months now? But that's still very new in the grand scheme of things. Oh, I see. It's got 20 bounty heart marks on it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bounty buff thing. Yeah, I got you. I got you. TN does it. I got you. Maybe, Anthony. I wouldn't like to promise. But yeah, I can maybe help. What do you need help with Dread Barrage? For Eternal Weapons, can I unlock all of them, or am I limited? For the Eternal Weapons, can I unlock all of them, or am I limited? Can you be more specific as to what you mean by that? Do you mean, can you unlock all the Eternals? Like, Eternals are... There are 10 different Eternals, and you can unlock all of them. But it takes an extremely long amount of time. Like, Eternals are a ridiculously long and convoluted unlock process. Yeah, this is a Granblue Fantasy song. Yeah, man. The weapons in the event, can you unlock all of them? Can you unlock all of them? I'm trying to understand what you mean, Anthony, but I'm not. I don't think I quite follow. I feel like we've got our wires crossed a little bit here. From which bit of the event? Because like you can get Revenant weapons from the event, and they're the ones for Eternals. But like you need a lot of Revenant weapons for each Eternal. To unlock each Eternal, you need loads and loads and loads of Revenant weapons. It's this very, very long, grueling, convoluted, kind of shitty process. Eternals kind of suck. Dread Barrage is definitely not the best opportunity to be unlocking Eternals. Next week, there's Records of the 10. That will be helpful for Fifth and Twain, who are the light Eternals. But the major way of unlocking them is probably Guild War itself, Unite and Fight. You do get from Dread Barrage, what are they called? Is it commendations? Victory certificates. The victory certificates you can use to unlock Revenant weapons in the store. You're going to get way more Revenant weapons that way than you will from the actual event. How does the draw box work? For the first 20 draw boxes, you're probably going to want to take New World Quartz. You can select between 3 things. There's Crystallized Cores, which are for Celestial weapons. There's New World Quartz, which is for all sorts of crazy stuff, very limited resource. And then there's something else, which I can't even remember. I think it's Damascus something or other. I don't know what those are. I think they might be for making Damascus crystals, or I'm not really sure. They're not they're not something you should be prioritizing anyway. You probably want the New World Quartz from there. After the 20 draw boxes are done, which is about 5 million honor, you will be able to pick from Revenant weapons to get in each box. Those are quite long to unlock. Like each box at that point takes a long while to unlock, especially as a new player. It's not really a very good farm. I wouldn't be prioritizing that. Pinch goes into grain, goes into crystals. Is that right, Shakira? You need 3 pinch for a grain and 3 grains for a crystal. It's really shit anyway. Pinch is not where it's at. Oh shit, I was not concentrating on what was going on at all. Whoops. New World Quartz is where it's at, basically. You always want to take the New World Quartz, probably from those events. It's no problem. Unfortunately, the whole Eternal process is like insanely complicated and convoluted, and it's really hard to explain. Your best bet for understanding Eternals is to read the GBF wiki, which is an incredible resource. It will probably still be really confusing, but that's just kind of the way Eternals are. What's up, Nick? What's going on? Difficult just trying to go off the wiki? Yeah, it is. It's really, really hard to approach. The Eternals, so... someone's asking about Eternals, mate. Like, someone who's new to the game is asking about Eternals. Eternals is something that I would really recommend you kind of just leave on the back burner as a new player. Until you have an idea of whether you might want to unlock any of them in particular. They are a very, very, very long amount of effort. They're not really a priority starting out. I wouldn't worry too much about the weapons from the events. There are so many things to do in this game when you first start out. If you've only been playing for a few weeks, I would just my main focus for you would be to your every aim should be trying to get to 150 rank. In my opinion, you want to follow Sierra Kart's Academy, do whatever Sierra Kart's Academy tells you to do. Focus on that, and you're aiming towards trying to get to 150, rank 150, because at that point you can start farming out grids that are like real grids. And everything else really doesn't matter that much. It's not really that big of a deal. It's certainly not something you want to like laser focus on. Just follow Sierra Karts, and don't worry, don't sweat the other stuff too much. Do the events as much as you can, but the events are going to be super hard, probably a lot of them when you're starting out. So again, wouldn't get too caught up on it. It's so easy to get overwhelmed in this game when you're starting out. There are so many things to do. And the Eternal rabbit hole is probably one of the worst things to get stuck in. Because the Eternals mostly take a very long time to come online. And to be able to get them to that point, you have to put so much work, so much effort into a very outdated process. What is good from that event for sure is doing, if you can do 20 boxes on that event, that's great, but you may well still be nowhere near strong enough to do that at the moment. Everyone I've spoken to who has played this game for a long time says not to bother with Dread Barrage after 20 boxes. It really just doesn't matter. It's not worth the resources and the time. Yeah, that's right. You got it, Anthony. So you're already on the ball with that. That's where you want to get to. Once you're 1.51, you can start farming the M3 raids, and that means M3 Magna 3 or Omega, the upgraded Omega raids, as you say, Tiamat Omega, Aura, and that cycle, the cycle of 6 element dudas. And once you can start doing that, you're going to be able to be so much stronger. You're going to get so much stronger so quick. And that's kind of the point where you can start approaching the game and start like doing whatever you want. That's probably around the same kind of point where you might be looking at getting towards the upper parts of Sierra Karts as well. Until you're done with Sierra Karts, I just wouldn't worry about too much outside of Sierra Karts, because Sierra Karts is going to guide you through a lot of the different stuff in the game. Well, I use the word guide very liberally there. It's going to point you towards a lot of the different parts of the game that you should be probably focusing on. It's quite helpful. I don't think anything in this game truly guides you. Except for very kind, experienced players. Yeah, no problem at all. I'm sorry, I wish I could be more helpful, but I'm still getting to grips with this game myself. I don't know if I'll ever get to grips with this game. Starting a game that's like 12 years old, it's difficult. So hard to get, so easy to get like lost in the sauce in this game as well. There's just so much going on. When I started as well, I had all sorts of people, because it was the anniversary, we had loads and loads of people kind of coming through talking about Granblue, and I was being told from about 6 different sides, you know, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do this, you should really do this. And it was all very, very overwhelming. And what eventually worked for me was just doing one thing at a time and ignoring everything else. And that's the only way that I feel like I made it through. It's so easy. You see all these things going on in each event, and you're like, oh my god, I'm missing out on whatever's going on here. And the majority of the time, you're actually not missing out on that much at all, and all of those events are probably going to rerun, and you're not actually missing anything in the long run. The next time that each of these things reruns, you're going to be so much more capable at doing it, at being able to complete the things and do whatever you want in the event. And it's actually way better to just focus on doing the Sierra Kart stuff, getting stronger and aiming towards rank 150 so you can be strong enough to do the events again when they rerun. There are a few exceptions to that, but there aren't any of those running right now to my knowledge. Thank you so much for that, Hexa. That's so kind of you. Thank you so, so much. Hexamats are my lifeblood. The amount of effort that I have to put in. Oh, did you get a sand? That's awesome. I hope you did get a sand, Illusion. You deserve it. Like, the amount of effort that I have to put in to get hexamats is absolutely insane. I can just about do it now, but it requires me to like find a decent enough team to do it with, to avoid like loads of leeches. It's really hard, like trying to public hexa. I'm definitely nowhere near strong enough to like solo carry it. But it's cool that we can now do it. Like it is feasibly possible to join a hexa and contribute and be able to complete it. You can full order it easier than you can go to co-op rooms. Yeah, because you just wait. You wait for the thingies to despawn, right? Yeah, I'm not really... Like, it's cool, but I don't really have the time or motivation to coordinate that. Sensei? Like, I like the game, but I don't like... I'm not, like, super duper duper fanatical about the game, right? And I enjoy, like, being able to just go into pubs and try it. It's fine. The only manual part I do is to use Alexial Cool at 40%. Yeah, my Alexial isn't maxed yet. So, like, it's extra tricky. Alexial's so good. Yeah, then wait for 5 minutes for the buffs to disappear. Yep, indeed. But it's so cool as well when you do actually find a public room where like you have 3 or 4 people who are switched on and can do the final part. Feels really good. I see a lot of Antheria in those rooms. Yeah, I use Grand Charlotta. It's why I sparked Grand Charlotta, because I knew I would need it to do Hexa progress. But it's still really hard without Alexial. Like, Alexial's such a, like, I win button. It's so powerful. Because not only for the turn that you use it, but also for 3 turns afterwards, like against most normal damage, you're like kinda immune. Unless something's gonna one-shot you, the 1000% defense buff is like so bonkers. That's why I was saying yesterday as well, I have a little bit of FOMO on the Jujutsu Kaisen collab, because you can get Gojo from it, who's like a kinda Alexiel. Skill damage after attacks and dispels that come with it afterwards, yeah. Alexiel's actually cracked. Like, Alexiel's such a cracked character, such a cracked summon. It's the kind of summon that they probably didn't really understand was so strong when they made it. It was part of that cycle of like similar kind of summons, one-off summons, right? And it's probably something they would never ever make again. Must be so old as well, Alexiel. Must be like 10 years old or something, right? ...2017, yeah. So almost 10 years old. Absolutely bonkers summon. Oh, Nervous got punted. Yeah, Grimnir's a shit. I've used Grimnir before. I don't have a leveled up Grimnir or anything, but I've used Grimnir before. Alexiel's where my Suptics are going. We've had 2 Suptics. And strangely enough, I have 2 Alexiels. Suptics is basically a Sunstone for me right now. I still don't have my proper wind grid for it either. Any thoughts for the upcoming banner? I don't really know anything about banners, Elise, and I don't pull a lot in this game. So my banner knowledge is extremely limited. Cool. Yeah, good luck to all those that are pulling. I think the next time I pull is probably Halloween. The Halloween banner. I quite want Halloween Vane. Unless something crazy, windy, charge attacky comes out. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Don't want so much of Valentine's stuff. Yeah, it's summer paler. Just because there are too many things to pull, I think, Nick. Lots of things in a row. Something they've done before. All I know is they load up a bunch of things before the Guild War. In the element of the Guild War. That's all I know. Grand before previous Guild War, the fire one. Mikaboshi. Yep, thank you. Yeah, water was Octavia. And both of those units are absolutely incredible as well. It's worth noting. I don't know anything about Bisa. That's before my time. Trying to see a unit with a really good weapon for CA. Ah, I see. Octavia's very cool. Yep. Very, very, very cool. I like the character as well. Octavia's pretty sweet. Octavia's utility is really wild. Nugget Granny. I don't know where the nugget part comes from. No, it comes from a joke, I guess, since without her augmented arms and legs, someone said she would be a nugget. I see, I see. I'm with you. Sandira seems really good. Really, really strong. Yep. Anything V2, like I see what's the skill called? Here comes the horse or something. I see it constantly. Whatever her skill is. Enter the horse, I don't know. I see it constantly on the bars at the top. She gets used on fucking everything VT. Constantly. Start with the horse. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's why she gets it constantly, because she like resets it all over the place. So I that's why I notice it so much, because it's spammed on my feed constantly. Usually multiple people with it. Start with the horse, start with the horse, start with the horse every time I do anything that's like this. She seems correct. Bench chain permanent uptime as well. That is absolutely insane. Yeah. Certainly does with Sandira around it. Fire is a cool element. You have so many options in Fire. So many, like, powerful characters. Not even, all of them not even, like, grand. A bunch of really, like, low rarity Fire characters. Fire's so good. Yeah, and it's so easy to build. It's so easy to build compared to every other element. Like, you can build a decent Fire team that can do a lot of stuff in the game without, like, having to actually try very hard. Yeah, they don't have great dispellers. But, like, for the majority of content, you don't need dispels, right? Just, it's like I say about light, like, it's very hard to get a reasonable light team that can just do content, that can just do random content. Fire is like the opposite. It's the opposite end of the spectrum. There are so many good Fire characters. A lot of them are quite accessible as well. Oh, whoops. Got a bit wild there. Yeah, Zenzine, but like I'm talking about accessibility here. I'm not talking about people who just slide into Cosmos horrors. I'm sure the Cosmos Horus team can do everything. Hello there, bot. How's it going, my man? Yeah, indeed. I'm not talking about the harder stuff. I'm just talking about just general usage. Maybe not even M3 level, just for random events and things, being able to perform, like being able to put out damage and contribute to events. I think fire is really easy for that stuff. Like really easy for that stuff. It's super accessible. Easiest element to get into, in my opinion, by like a really long way. I think every element is going to be pretty restrictive once you start getting up to the really hard stuff. Some more than others. Fire's probably not even that bad for that. I guess you need, what, yeah, Summer Artem and Sendira. Both quite limited. Stuff yourself full. I hope you had a good time, my man. Dark does not seem to have a lot of great options either. Yep. At least, so the thing that I like about Dark versus Light is their M3 grids seem just way better. Dark M3 is pretty sweet. You have a lot of different options and the items themselves are actually quite powerful. So that helps out a lot. Light's M3 is disgusting. It's actually disgusting. You have no real options. I guess Orologia, Nick? The big one for a lot of Dark players is Formal Ilsa, right? Yukata Ilsa, is it? One of the Ilsas. Oh yeah, Summer Katura is like insano support. Absolutely cracked support. Sariel is probably the best of the Archangels, like of all the Archangels as well. Legitimately still gets used in some comps for like very high-end clears. It is. But the for Dark at least, the M3 grid is considerably better. Like considerably more accessible and more versatile. I think some of the Dark characters, like some of the lower down Dark characters, are probably a bit easier to get than the Light. But like, I think it's equally as bad as Light when you get to high end. Like trying to source the pieces for Dark is probably just as hard as trying to source the pieces for Light. Yeah, the light sword is so bad. The fact that a lot of M3 light grids still use the light M1 sword because like their choices are so limited, that's grim. Oh, I have not been paying any attention to this at all. Shit. Fine. So Sex will carry. He didn't. Thankfully, we can kind of cruise this now. Like even when I pay absolutely no attention to this, we can still usually hit like 3-4 mil. Yeah, light is a messed up element, like grid. I genuinely think I haven't built Earth yet, but from my experience with Earth, I think my experience with Earth will be considerably better than my experience with Light. Even though you need so many units to like for high end Earth. I think the grid is just much easier to make. Has access to Kime, who's a real powerhouse. And also makes your grid building easier in a lot of ways. Sub your M1 sword grid from Light Guild War R. Yeah, like the Chime Transcended thing is really cool. Your Illnot Summer. Is that bad? I don't actually know what Illnot Summer is. I couldn't tell you which element that is. You want to click Lich? Oh well. Yeah, I imagine Zenzine didn't realise until after he pulled. I'm guessing. Oh, I've completely fucked this up, haven't I? They all look the same to me. Damn. Big time Amoy. You're confused about Illnot's tail? Is this something that I want to know about? Probably not. It's gonna be some weird shit, isn't it? This human bat has a big fluffy tail. Oh, right. So, that is odd. I know loads of humans without tails. Unless they're hiding them really well. Now hold on a second. Since I started taking my drugs, I don't meet people with tails anymore. Found the option for retrieving items within 24 hours. Yeah, not picking the wrong ticks. Yeah, I don't think support's going to be able to do anything about that, to be honest. If you've already pulled on it. Another element one at the end of the month. Oh, baby. I don't really, I don't buy those anymore, typically. There aren't enough things on them that are like hits. Generally looking at like one thing in each element. Only summer elements. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably be the same. We very mercifully picked up Summer Bastard very early on this account, without even really realizing what I got. Probably the most important summer thing for me. Oh, whoops! We were meant to heal that turn. My bad. Or Logia. She's for NA? Nah, she's for anyone. Double attack is incredibly useful for charge attack as well. Especially with Mega and Mari. I already have Galleon. But I don't have any normal attack stuff built for wind. Why your cursed wheel in Wiz has been bugged for half a year now? Is it because it hasn't been bugged and you've made some horrible error? The bot. How or why, but a selection in Abyss 1 got switched. So it wasn't bugged at all. Yeah, that's generally why your wheel goes away sometimes, because you've swapped an option. Hey Mythic Foot, how's it going? Yeah, indeed, Mythic Foot. Speaking of Wizardry, I've been doing a fair few rerolls, but I feel cursed. The guaranteed legendary keeps being a dwarf. Growth, yeah. I'm sorry, I hope you have better luck soon. You get a regular selector in that game as well, so like a decent start, honestly. I'd just be looking for Lana Vale or Alice. If you can get Lana Vale or Alice, you're probably fine to go. You can select the other one, and then you're going to have a decent start. Don't think rerolls in Wizardry need to be too like crazy. Garro's fine, but he isn't really the unit you would like to start with if you're rerolling. You do, the bot, indeed. The Final Fantasy collab is the reason why Illusion is rerolling. Is starting to play the game. There we go. Words are hard. His inherit is not good at all, Mythic Foot. I don't know where you've come up with that. His inherit is one of the worst in the entire game. It's so fucking awful. It's appalling. I really don't know where you're going with that. Eruption Strike isn't even particularly good on Garroth, let alone on anyone else. It's so bad. We have got absolutely fucked here. Eruption Strike got power crept by heavy attack. Fuck Earth Splitting Strike. Like, Eruption Strike is so bad. It is an unreasonably bad attack. It's incredibly inefficient. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It's just awful. It's just their early design for attacks. Gerard has like quite a similar attack, Thunder Strike. Like, Thunder Strike doesn't even match Gerard's element. But at least it does paralyze. Very occasionally. Nah, I wouldn't say so. Thunder Strike is better than Eruption Strike because it's more efficient. And it can paralyze, and paralysis is like a very real thing. You can paralyze a lot of bosses in the game. You can paralyze like Dol and shit. Eruption Strike has no effects on it whatsoever. It's so awful. It just does terrible damage. That's it. Terrible damage for obscene amounts of SP. It's still a travesty though that Dark Gerard has a air attack. Makes no sense at all. He thought that Gerard was wind element. Yeah, I mean it's very reasonable to assume that Gerard is air based off of his attack, but no, he's very much dark. Gerard's a silly character. His ulti does make him a lot better, at least. Garrof is a great character outside of Eruption Strike. He's actually a very accessible fighter. He's a good race. Like, he's arguably the best race for a fighter. He has a two-handed focused passive, which is just like free stats. He has a really good discipline, an ultra good discipline. And you'll get loads of copies with him that you won't know what to do with. So he's a perfectly reasonable character to level up. Very usable. He carried me through all 4 abysses. Garrof. He is a great character. They're not going to be making Garrof ult. He's not popular enough. He's a joke. In the Japanese community, Garrof is a literal joke. Yeah, they didn't really have their design in the same kind of place when they started. So Zaid's personal skill it's very similar to ESS with a two-hander, but when you inherit it to someone else, it actually has like quite a big modifier on it. It's much closer to decisive torso strike. Like a slightly better decisive torso strike when you inherit it to other people. It's a weird attack. If Zaid could use multi-hit weapons, it would actually be really powerful. But he can't, so it's still really good. It's still a really good attack. It's also much easier to level up than ESS. Like, Having an ESS that you can easily level up is really good. One of the biggest downsides of ESS and poised is that you have to use so many books to level them up. It is stronger than ESS, yeah. But it's quite similar in terms of damage. It's a little bit better. Side's pretty sweet. Yeah, mine too, Narcos. No, Zide is the one that I recommend to newer players if they really want a collab unit. I think Zide is a really accessible character. Prish is relatively so hard to build, and Zide, you don't have to do much to get quite a bit of payoff. He's very fighter coded. I think Zide's fine for exploration. That's one of the reasons why I think he's just overall pretty good. Because unlike something like Gillian, where like you have this constant life sap on yourself, Zide is just a fighter. You know, he's just a slow, bulky fighter. Oh, Prish and Shio, yeah. Shio isn't really the best for like autoing, I agree. And Prish, I think Prish is fine when you got her. I mean, they're both fine when you got them stacked up. They're both high development units, like really high development units, right? I definitely wouldn't want to be autoing with either of those without giving them a shitload of investment. Zidus Kisgalkas were absolutely shunned in 11. I think it's because the unit is good, Sidisi. Well, Shio has a lot of very practical applications. There's a lot of reasons to invest Shio. She is an incredible unit. She's just an incredibly all-rounded unit with a lot of versatility and a skill that like borderline breaks the game. Prish, not so much. Prish is just damage. So like, Prish is cool if you like her playstyle or you like the collab, you like the character. She is very good when you invest her. Like, she does eventually ramp up to a shitload of damage, but it will take a long time. Her weapons are also difficult to source at the moment as things stand. It's the Silver Cesti or bust kind of, really. Those things are a pain to farm. Yeah, I guess so, Citizen. Yeah, there you go. See, Mythic. Resting into Prish for sure. Those numbers on Discord make me sad with how long she takes to ramp up. Her numbers are fine. So like when you're at full investment with her, when you're at a very high amount of investment, she just plays like a fighter, really. She alternates attacks kind of like poised earth splitting, and she does a shitload of damage. The ramp is cool, but it's not necessary for her to deal damage. But the thing is, you have to get her to a very high gear level for that to be the case. You don't need to ramp her like those numbers that you see for her to be a contributor. But you do need to have insane gear on her. If I want to speedrun through a Realm Reborn, if you want to speedrun through the Realm Reborn, you want to buy a character boost. Cyril, that's the only way to speedrun through a Realm Reborn. There's no such thing as speedrunning. Yeah, just grind the minimal amount, chase the MSQ. That's as speedy as the run can really get. It's still going to take probably hundreds of hours. Yep, I don't think you can possibly fall behind in the MSQ anyway. Yeah, it's so archaic. It's absolutely grim. I remember when there was all the buzz about Final Fantasy because people had dropped off WoW because there were all sorts of scandals to do with it, and so the MMO streamers started picking up Final Fantasy, and there were so many. I remember watching so many people like getting stumped on the main story quest, just trying to put a brave face on it because they obviously don't want to be negative. It doesn't really behoove you as a streamer to be too negative about particularly popular games. But them just being like, yeah, this is I mean, the story's really fun. There's just a lot of it. 10 years of MSQ. It's 5 expansions, right? Or 5 pieces of content. You're a maniac, Illusion. I mean that in the nicest way possible. You're an absolute maniac. I know people who don't even want to do it once. Most people don't even want to do it once. He's a creep in Japanese. That's interesting. Yep, that is the case. So I didn't mind the story. I thought it was all right. And it definitely got better in like the payoff in Endwalker and Shadowbringers. Like it was pretty decent. Like it was a good story, especially for an MMO. It was a very good story because you know you're comparing it to things like Guild Wars 2 and WoW and RuneScape. So like the competition isn't really there. The story in those games is utter trash, right? So to have an MMO that actually has a congruent storyline with characters that you give a shit about, like, it's good enough. It's easily good enough. However, the fact that they force you to do it is not good for most players. It really kills. Like, I was a bit further on in the game, and loads of people were like, we had about maybe 10, 12 people, something like that, who started playing Final Fantasy because they were just like, yeah, it'll be fun, like, blah, 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 we'll get to raid together. I think maybe 2 of them made it through the main story to the later expansions, and all of the rest just dropped off to the story. Like, they were just like, I can't be bothered to do this. Just literally can't be bothered to do it. It's so much grind. Stuff that people just don't want to see. They don't want to play. They want to be able to play with their friends. And there's no option to do that other than to skip. And if you skip, you're like not learning, you're not following like the character. So you have no idea where you are or what you're doing or how to play your fucking character after you do the skip whatsoever. People like the dungeons and they like the raids, but they don't want to do the story. Most people just do not want to do that story. It's not that good. Also mostly unvoiced. it's very like gatekeepery for the Final Fantasy 14 development team to keep it that way as well. It's like them saying, no, you need to play our story. You need to appreciate our story to play the game. Which is just kind of sad. Because there's so much in Final Fantasy 14 that is nothing really to do with the story that people enjoy. So pretty big L from the Squeenix team. Final Fantasy 12 is weird. I like 12. I'm a bit of a 12 fan. Definitely a bit of a black sheep of the series. Yeah, the like delay and global cooldown is definitely a bit weird for people to adjust to, Senzi. Up to 11. I like the Final Fantasy games, and I don't think there's a single Final Fantasy game other than 9 that I wouldn't be willing to replay in some capacity. Oh, we were heal blocked that time, whoops. Up until 13. I can see myself playing any of those games again, kinda. I like raiding. I think the raids are really fun in 14. I think the combat system for a WoW player is definitely a little bit difficult to get to grips with. But I found it, once you get a bit deeper into the game and you start having to double weave your cooldowns, like where you're basically using an instant action at the end of each cooldown, it feels a lot more interactive. It feels like you have a lot more agency. That said, I do think because the fights are so choreographed, I prefer the mid-level of raiding where you are struggling with a group to try to get things done, because it feels like there's a lot more agency in those raids than there is in the Savage raids, where there is just no real wiggle room, where everyone just has to do a dance. That was the most fun I had FF raiding, was the like middle kind of tier where you were pugging stuff. Yeah, I feel like it's a rhythm game. Savage is basically a rhythm game. Yeah, WoW Mythic is more adaptive, but it's less yeah, I don't know. It's different. It is a dance, yeah. It's basically a rhythm game. But yeah, the middle tier of Final Fantasy raiding, where you're like just pugging quite hard stuff, I thought was really fun. It feels like you have quite a lot of agency. You can like actively save your raids like by playing well, and yeah, it feels really fun. I think that is sorely missing from the end game, where there is your personal interaction, your personal contribution to the raid is not fucking up, and you are entirely relying on every single other person in the raid to also do that. Which makes it kind of frustrating when you do, I don't know, 15 tries in a row where you are doing everything right and someone keeps fucking it up. There's just not really anything you can do to try to salvage a lost attempt. That's why I really like Necromancer, like doing Necromancer Illusion, because it felt a little bit like that. I love playing with other people. It isn't that. I love playing raids with all sorts of other people. I just think that it's very restrictive when everyone has to play in that extremely perfect light where there's no wiggle room, there's no like savior, you've saved the raid kind of thing. There's no like, wow, I can't believe you managed to get away with that. I can't believe we stabilized the raid back. It's just not really a possible thing in Savage, in like high-end Savage. But yeah, the middle tier where you're struggling and people are learning, but like, and people are steadily getting better. That's fun. That's really fun. I think there's a really good middle ground there for Final Fantasy, but I don't like the end bit. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool, Elysian. I had heard good things about Dawn Trail's raids. I've just heard incredibly bad things about every other aspect of Dawn Trail. I think Final Fantasy has always done raids well if you like Final Fantasy 14 raids. You dislike the Savage raids? Yeah. I don't think I've ever really been a fan of the high-end Savage. I don't mind some of the early Savages on different expansions. The ones that are like kind of puggable and they have a bit more of that wiggle room. They're a bit closer to that mid kind of level. But as soon as you get quite deep into Savage, it's like there's no room for error. There's no margin. Everyone needs to know exactly what they're doing. Everyone needs to time everything exactly. It's just like, oh man, rough. Just starts to feel like a mega chore where you're just hoping that everyone gets it right. Every try is exactly the same. Even the ults feel like shit. Oh dear. I haven't played Dawn Trail. I can't really comment. I've just seen so many people, even quite big Final Fantasy nuts, being like, Dawn Trail sucks. We don't talk about Dawn Trail. Which is generally not a good sign. The only time I've seen people say good things about Dawn Trail is the other times where I've streamed Final Fantasy 14 when I was doing stuff with Boone and Fox. And like we found the like Final Fantasy fanatics, as a few of them came in, and we're just like, no, it's overblown how bad Dawn Trail is. There are some really cool things about Dawn Trail. It's like, oh yeah, please do tell me more. And it's like, how long have you been playing Final Fantasy for? Yeah, I've been playing since before A Realm Reborn. Never let my sub lapse. Played like 5,000 hours of Final Fantasy. Probably more than that, to be honest. That's not even that long, is it? Not even a year. Not even a year of playtime. Rookie numbers. Oh shit. We dead? No. Oh, there are collabs everywhere, are there, in EverQuest? I'm interested in what they do in EverQuest to like, because they're meant to be doing lots of quality of life things to smooth out the system cross server play, which is desperately needed, and all that stuff. But I just can't see myself playing it. Like, I think my Final Fantasy time has passed. I'd rather chase games that I know that I'll have some fun with, like Monsters and Memories and maybe Andrulan Adventures Online. There's so much more to my taste. Big in the housing stuff. Yeah, some people love that stuff. I think Final Fantasy XIV has a lot of things that the game holds that a lot of people can enjoy. I definitely had a lot of hours having a huge amount of fun in Final Fantasy XIV, and I don't regret a single second of it. I loved all of the relic grinds, and I loved Necromancer. I loved the raiding that I did. It's really fun. There's so many things that you can do in the game. The dungeons are great. Cosmetic system's really awesome, but it just sucks so much that the game is so hard gate-kept by Square Enix with their fucking main story quests that you have to play. It must shut so many people out of the game. It's insane. It's just absolute insanity that they haven't made it skippable. That's cool, Zenzi. Yeah, that is sad, Illusion. Yeah, this is Vazuzia, right, Sia? The problem is, most people aren't going to pay to skip the story for a game that they don't even know if they like, for a game that makes them feel forced to do the story. I doubt they make very much money off of it. I don't know anyone who has paid for a story skip. I know a lot of people who've quit the game because of a main story quest. Yeah, it's arrogance. It's very I've seen it a lot of times in Japanese games before. It's like the developer being like, "No, you must play our game in this way. This is the way the game is intended to be played, and this is the right way to play the game. And if you're not playing the game the right way, then maybe you shouldn't play it. But please play it anyway because we want your money." Yeah, like every MMO has over the years. Every MMO has evolved. Final Fantasy XIV has shortened its story and it's made a few things more accessible, but like, it's still the same shit. You still have to play well over 100 hours of story just to get through a Realm Reborn, as in the first part of the story. Like, that's insane. To think that any new player is going to come into the game, the average new player is going to come into the game and look at that and be like, yeah, that's something I want to do. Like, it's bonkers. Because, like, the story's not that good as well. It's not like it's some kind of grace from God story. It's a good story for an MMO. But, like, it's nothing special. It's no literary genius. It's just a real generic kind of JRPG, unvoiced at that. Like, JRPG kind of storyline. It's really, really, really nothing special. Kind of very similar to Granblue, honestly. That's my best correlation for it. I think Granblue Fantasy and Final Fantasy XIV have similar kind of levels of story. They have moments in them where they are excellent, like the storytelling is actually really good and it's really hype, but for the most part it's extremely forgettable and very basic, like very kind of generic. And that's okay, because in both of those games, there are a ton of other things that you can do which make the game entertaining. The big difference is, if anything, Granblue incentivizes you to skip through the story and gives you all sorts of ways to facilitate you seeing the story anyway. Like, it gives you like synopses, right, of the story. And it encourages you to be like, you don't need to waste your time doing this. Enjoy your other parts of our game. Final Fantasy XIV does not do that. It really does not do that. Final Fantasy XIV in one piece. No, they'll probably still be going. Well, yeah, but like, gachas are predatory, don't get me wrong, but like Final Fantasy XIV's predatory as well. It's selling a boost to boost you through the game, and also of course it wants you to actually play the game, you know? Like they want your money. They want you to pay for their expansions, and they want you to pay your sub fee. But they're just doing a very bad job at it. It doesn't have a great like end game loop. No, there isn't really much end game loop to it for an MMO, which is good, really. Like there's a lot of stuff that you can do. There's a lot of stuff that you can do in the game if you want to. I like that aspect of it. I think it's really great. It's strange that they have such freedom in the game and so many things to do, but like it takes you a long time to earn that freedom. A long, long time. JRPG first, MMO second. I think their philosophy, as with all Square Enix products, is money first. The rest can come after. Square Enix is so far gone, dude. It's like outrageously gone. I think they're just super out of touch with what the players want, and they don't really care because the game's still making money and they're busy with other projects. They probably have like a small team working on Final Fantasy. I wouldn't be surprised if on 14 they probably pulled a bunch of people off of it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, they pulled... That's exactly what I was just saying. I bet they pulled a bunch of people off the team. They wouldn't have done that. No, they would do that because Final Fantasy XIV is not as important as Final Fantasy 16 in terms of making money. They are focused on their projects that are going to make the most money, right? Square Enix is a disgusting company. It's actually so abhorrent at this point. All you have to do is look at the trail of gachas it leaves behind. Maybe once upon a time Final Fantasy XIV was, but that's not really the case anymore. MMOs are kind of dead in terms of making money. The days are long gone where MMOs make big bank. Subscription MMOs especially. Yeah, it's tough. It's why companies don't make MMOs anymore. RIP MMOs. The only MMOs that get made nowadays are Korean grinders. We have massively overfarmed this. Exactly, Narcos. Why make a single player game when you can make a live service game as well? Kind of subscription. I don't think anything... Well, I mean, no games. Games don't really use sub at all. Games stopped using subs a long time ago. There's barely anything that uses subs in terms of games. Subscriptions are... They're rife outside of the gaming industry. But, like, in the gaming industry, what uses subs nowadays? It's only older MMOs. Most games are like, hey, it's free to play. Enjoy the microtransactions. Yeah, that's not a game, Sensi. There are all sorts of... We have, like, major subscription fatigue as people who live in modern-day Century. I know Edie has, like, I don't know, like £180 worth of subs every month that she pays on various things, apps and things that she needs for work, things that she needs for all sorts of shit. The thing is, they're not really anymore, the bot. There's barely anything that is. And I would much prefer to pay a sub for a game than have it filled with microtransactions. It seems to really, 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 really impact the quality of the game when things have microtransactions. It doesn't work for many things. Most gachas are dross. And most games that have microtransactions in them are dross as well. I want subs back in games. I want subs gone from everything else, and I want subs back in games. I want a little Uno reverse on it all. Yeah. But subs aren't profitable for games. That's why they stopped using subs for games. Less and less and less people want to... Nobody's ever really wanted to pay a sub. It's always been maligned to pay for subs in games. Like, people really don't want it. Yeah, also, like, people don't realize because it isn't a sub, but, like, battle passes are subs, right? Battle passes are subs without being subs, and so many people end up buying the battle passes for games without and being like, oh, I don't pay for subs. I don't like subs in games. You look at their game history and they've got like a battle pass in 3 different games. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I see. I don't think that is a hot take. A lot of people are in that way of thinking, the bot. But a lot of those people who think like that also pay for battle passes that are essentially subs in their games. Got a sound from Tiamat. Wow, congrats, Nick. It's awesome, man. And incredibly unlikely. I mean, that's the ideal, Elysium, but like... Yeah, finding that in this day and age is hard unless you're playing a de facto single-player game. Even then, like, there are a bunch of single-player games that try to get you in microtransactions. Yeah, even the games that we own, we don't really own because they're just, like, code on Steam. Yeah, subs in games are awesome because they encourage the game developers to continue making good games. That's why subs are very, very, very important in those games. And it's notable how different the quality and interaction of the developers of the game is in games in like MMOs that don't have subs. Pretty much the bot. Subs require you to continue making a good game for people to continue paying for the sub, whereas microtransactions tend to lend themselves to paying in these very big bursts. Particularly towards the beginning of the game where everyone's hyped for it and everyone's like, yeah, I'll drop $300 on this game. $300 on a game is a lot of months of sub. Yeah, give it some time. I already enjoy paying $70, $80 for remakes of games that are maybe like 2% different from the original. Pretty fun. quite peak. Well, might as well spend your money on that. It's not like you're going to buy a house, is it? It sure does, Wonton Bet. Sure does, mate. They monetize in a very smart way, side games. Like it's a bunch of paper cuts. GBF is a bunch of paper cuts in terms of monetization. They don't promote huge packs, but they get a lot of people. Oh dear. They get a lot of people who are buying a lot of little things because they have a lot of players. It's much closer to the Ho-Yo model, where Ho-Yo thrives on their battle pass spending due to the sheer amount of players that they have. True, one some bet. Competing with Bryce for Sanga, you sure are, brother. Leave some for the rest of us, mate. You'll be alright. Carope again, oh no. Actually cursed, Elysian. So smart, the bot. You're genius, sir. Someone took this thing apart. You guys are popping off. Guaranteed one was Adam. That's no good. No good. Adam's a great inherit. Adam and Yekaterina and Deborah are all great inherits, but really you want to be looking at trying to get Alana or an Alice. That's all you really need. Just one of those is fine. You should be good to go. It sounds like you're not going to get any Final Fantasy units because you're not getting scrolls, right? Unless you found a way to get some scrolls. Oh, you do get 8 scrolls per reroll. Ah, okay. So yeah, it should be reasonable for you to get a Final Fantasy unit then. One in 3 of your rerolls, probably on average, to get you a Final Fantasy unit. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, you don't get the 2,000 gems, Citizen. It's only if you cleared Abyss 3. This is definitely not made for rerolls, no. I don't know, Citizen, maybe. That's true, yeah, you could get the 800 from the web stop. That is very true. In fact, you can get 1,600 from the web shop if you happen to be flying flying to Japan and back. There are actually 2 web shops that you can get 800 from. But you may need to be traveling around a little. I end up here. I hit home. Oops. Is it this? Is this the command? Yeah, those 2 sites. Hi, Alex. I'm good, thank you. So I don't understand why gachas don't yet allow somebody to pick a unit. I've seen a few gachas that have an inbuilt reroll and they were wonderful. It was wonderful. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it could be. Because it's like, it's a huge amount of accounts people are making, right? I know for cash grab gachas, which a lot of gachas are nowadays, they really want to disincentivize re-rolling because they want people to get caught up in the hype and play their account immediately or risk falling behind. And it all plays into the idea that they're going to try to cash grab people like super hard out of the gate. They're going to try and take a shitload of money from them in the first couple of weeks. So that's a big part of it. But yeah, it could well be what K18 says as well, where it's like a number of... it adds to the number of accounts that have been created in the game, right? Yeah, gacha pump and dump has never been so real, Zenzine, as this year. Even the AAA games are pump and dumps. It's actually ridiculous. Nothing's sacred anymore. It's all about advertising and sponsorship for the first like couple of weeks of the game, trying to get people to spend as much as humanly possible, and then like pretty much move on to another project. Arknights Enfield and Neverness to Everness. Both of those huge, huge, this in such an immense way. And most other games are doing a similar thing, even when things are less big. Mongil, you mentioned. Mongil was like that. What was it called? 7 Deadly Sins was like that. It's all about getting just loads of people on board immediately, paying for sponsorship, paying for advertising. Push the game super hard for 2 weeks, and then basically, like, maintenance mode it. That was NTE, Acuben, where they were trying to obfuscate the gacha even further than it already is. So grim. Actually disgusting business practice. Should be fucking ashamed of themselves. Like, gacha is already gamified enough as it is without adding another fucking layer to it. Oh shit, we've blocked this then. Well, fuck. Yeah, even by gacha standards, I was like, holy shit, I don't even want to put this on screen. I don't even want to put this shit on screen. It's actually so disgusting. Like, by this point, anyone who has watched gacha, like, who watches me, has seen gacha pools. Like, they know how a gacha pool system works, and they know, you know, you're pulling on a banner and blah, 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 blah. You've seen one gacha, you've seen them all, really, in terms of that. Like, there'll be some flashy animations, and it'll be trying to make you spend money. But yeah, when I first saw NTEs, I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, almost every game this year, or if not every gacha this year. It's the way gachas are made now to make money. It's all about those opening weeks, trying to get as many people on board immediately as possible, and putting all of their budget for the game into advertising sponsorship rather than actually the game itself. The first couple of weeks, it's so grim, dude. Do we never see you pull? No, I tend not to pull on stream. I don't like pulling on stream for that reason. But with NTE, I didn't even want to put the pulling, like the pull animation and stuff on stream at all. Like the actual system. It took a couple of, even for someone who's played a lot of gachas, it took a couple of read-throughs of the details of it. It's so obfuscated, even in the explanation of it, it's really, really obfuscated. Talks about, like, after X amount of pools, you enter some kind of realm or something where, like, things are increased. And basically, it's just a pity. It's just gamifying the pity. Gross. Indeed. Indeed, Elisa. Yeah, it wasn't unlike that at all, Acumen. How's your day been? Anything exciting? Nah, just chilling out, mate. We're grinding some silver relic shards. In a really convoluted way. Because I need to do this for something later. Wizardry is pretty good for it. It hides the gacha away. The gacha is not very front and center at all in Wizardry. I know people who've gone days without even interacting with the gacha in Wizardry, which is kind of funny. They're like, when do I get my next characters? It's like, like it doesn't even really point you towards it that much if you're not a gacha player. Yeah, Capisaur, I kind of hate that. This is one of the issues I had with Reverse 1999. They do loads of mini games in that game, and like, they're all right. They obviously put some effort into them, and they are all right. But they're all rip-offs of, you know, like, real games. Why would I want to play those kinds of mini games in my game? I want to play the game. That's why I'm playing the game. So why is so much development time going into developing these, like, mini games which are just poor imitations of much better games? Doesn't make any sense. Cancol mentioned. Where's Therna? Yeah, exactly. It's that, Nick. That is the explanation for it, and that doesn't sit very well with me. Like, if a game is developing, if game developers are developing a game, I want them to be developing the game, not developing some kind of cop-out filler content to keep people busy. Sword of Convalaria was horrific for that as well. Absolutely terrible for it. Yeah, Nikkei is all mini-games from what I understand. I've never played Nikkei, so I can't really comment on the quality of Nikkei. But Nikkei is all like random mini-games. Some of them look kind of cool, but ultimately they are just imitations of other games. I don't mind mini-games and stuff where they play into the game itself. So in Langrisser, for instance, in Langrisser Mobile, there was a much-loved mini-game that they brought out every so often called Golden Voyage. And it was a roguelike mode, not too dissimilar to Solomonis. But you used your own characters, and you got to combine together things in ways that you never could in the actual game. And it actually made it really fun, because you were interacting with the game mechanics in ways that you never possibly could outside of the mode. And it had its own kind of meta and things that you could put together. Really, really, really fun. Like, genuinely more fun than the actual game in a lot of places. People used to come back to Langrisser to play just for the Golden Voyage. It was that fun. I don't think most minigame modes are like that. I used to play AFK Arena. It does track. Yeah. Yeah, it's like they're like collector games. They're more casual games, aren't they? Yeah. Don't worry about permanently losing characters in Wizardry. It's not realistically something that will happen unless you love to ignore big red warnings. Lots of them. But yeah, the fortitude thing is the key to it. When you have characters that are dead, just don't res them at low fortitude. You get like multiple saves to this as well. It's so unbelievably unlikely to permanently lose a character. You have to be both arrogant, oblivious, and also be extremely unlucky as well. Extremely unlucky. Well, as long as you're not both arrogant and oblivious as well, you'll probably be alright. Everyone knows that everyone is the unluckiest player ever to play any game ever. It's a tough life, mate. It's a tough life. It's a real joy streaming gachas because like a huge amount of your regular chat is literally just people being like, I'm so unlucky, or I'm so lucky. True, Tweshry, just swipe more. Catch a result, Irish, yep. No matter the gacha, it's the #1 topic. Dude, we have fucked this up. At least in my crew and friend group, I'm known as the dumbass who somehow breaks odds. Gets the most unlucky results ever, I see. It's a tough life, sir. I remember when Lucy's brother bought the crystal pack for merits. That's what I remember. Leet dropped Irish, yeah, we get that too. Thank you, K18. That's super kind of you. I've just started clearing Hexa myself. Not reliably, but like being able to do it in public rooms. It takes a lot of tries, obviously, to find a like an okay group that can do it below 40%. Yeah, it's really satisfying, but the mats help out a lot, so thanks a lot, K18. Very, very kind of you. Trying to pre-farm the Manator. Ah, yeah, the new Manator. Oh man, what's it called? Green Knight? Is that it? Is that the name of the Manator? Oh, of course, we're locked. I need to go back to one of these. One of these like bricked. Yeah, one of these is bricked. We'll go and sort that out. Oh, maybe we can't. We are also bricks here. Oh, we did not perform in this one. Don't know what happened to this one. We are not doing 8% damage, that is for sure. Ah, there's a Hexa one and Green Knight. I see, I see. So will you be able to trade Hexamats for the new Hexamanator, or is that why people are like pre-farming it? They didn't tell you the cost, I see. So it could be any amount of Hexamats. They do. I guess we can quit this one. This is not clearing, is it? Expecting a 200 to 300 range. It's kind of the bullet class. 500 would be up. That's so many mats. That's so many hexaclears. Jesus. That thing surely is going to be cracked. It's going to be a real Wizard Origin monster. Yeah, I suppose the alchemy one might be really good as well. Especially if it has an outlandish cost on it. Thank God for you, K18. Thank God for you, mate. When I get asked quite a bit, like if I'm excited for X upcoming character or something, and each time I'm like, no. And I'm made to feel weird by that. I can give a shit about any upcoming character in any game. I'm interested in their mechanics. I'll wait and see what they do. Then I might get excited. I get asked so much in various different games, like, am I excited for X character coming out? And it's like, oh, is their kit spoiled already? It's like, no. It's like, well, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, no, not really. Yeah, indeed. That's how I feel about it. Now, if a character that I think is cool also is powerful mechanically, then I'm like, well, this is awesome. But other than that, I couldn't really care less. In story games, I'm excited for the story. I'm not excited for the characters. I'm excited for more story. I'm excited for more content. I know a lot of people view characters as content. I really don't. Like, not even slightly. I'm excited for new things. New story. Boom, whatever we are. Again, like, I would be interested in her if she's good. It would be awesome if there was an Ewayar that's actually good. The more invested into a game I get, the less I actually care about the characters, generally, in terms of, like, mechanics, right? When I'm just fooling around with a game, I'll pick things that I like the look of. But when I'm serious about a game, I pick things because of their mechanics. Oh. Awkward. Better talk about that. So parasocial, is it? I don't think that's particularly parasocial. Yeah, I hope they don't suck. Exactly, Katie. That's where I'm at. I'm like, yeah, it'd be cool if this character didn't suck. You're moving, okay. You know in gachas anyway that like 6 months down the line the character is going to be power crept by something else anyway, so it's kind of the way it is, isn't it? I found myself, got sad with a formal being pretty mid. Ended up shouting her on release. Cool. Oh, Sierraing her, sorry, on release. Wow. Just having Sierra's pick tickets floating around. Thank you, Katie. That's so kind of you. So appreciated. Thank you. GBF has less of that, of the power creep. What you've got to remember is Granblue Fantasy releases a lot of characters, right? A lot more than most games do. This game releases 2 new characters constantly on the reg. Like, this game has 1,000+ characters in it now, right? So, undoubtedly, when you release that many characters, some of them will very much last the test of time because their kits will have something weird in it. But most of them will either already be power crept when they come out, or will be swiftly power crept afterwards. Because they don't actually really fill a new niche. They might have something that's slightly different, but either it's not good, or it's not different enough to warrant it being better than something that already exists, or something that will exist somewhere down the line. So yeah, while there are characters in this game that, you know, things like Grand Percival, for instance, who has lasted for a ridiculous amount of time, that's not the norm. That's very much the outlier. Formal Ilsa is another one that comes up a lot. Is it Formal Ilsa? Yukata Ilsa? I don't know. One of those Ilsas. One of those darn Ilsas. Yeah, like most of these characters that are that long lasting are actually a mistake. Oh, is it both Ilsas? Okay, right, me. That's why I couldn't figure out which. Yeah, I think that's fair, K18. Maybe it isn't all like mistakes. It's measured how many they release that are broken. Wizardry, again, is actually very similar to that. We have loads of characters that are just kind of adjacent to one another, and then generally twice a year on the half anniversary and the anniversary, we have characters that push the levels of things a bit, which is pretty good as far as design goes. But yeah, most characters in this game, they're pretty forgettable. They're not really gonna break the game. They're not gonna bust an element wide open. They're probably either going to be adjacent to something that's already out, or they're going to be something that's dwarfed in the near future. That's slightly better, but will be dwarfed again in the near future. Halloween Florence. I don't think I know anything about Halloween Florence. I don't think I even know who Florence is. Cracked gun unit. Interesting. Once a target of assassin. Oh, really? Wow. Break light with relic bust, I see. I guess we can do it next then. Makes way more sense, doesn't it? Delayed the illustrious original release after she came out by 3 months, probably because she ruined so many plans. Wow. That is awkward. That might have been a mistake, yeah. It's kind of wild. Turn assassin on illustrious weapons, yeah. Mistakes were made. A lot of the most powerful characters in the game enhance main character a lot, right? Because main character is obviously absolutely outrageous. I'm sure they don't get everything right, especially when, as you say, they're making like 50 to 60 characters a year, right? That's a lot of characters, that's a lot of designs, like keeping designs fresh, keeping designs interesting, making sure they sell. Like, that's hard. That's actually seriously hard game design. That's so many kits that they have to do in a year. So, undoubtedly, there will be a few that kind of just get away from them. I mean, that's why it's so amazing, isn't it? Because we do still see them getting very inventive with kits and doing things that haven't been done before, despite the game being so old. You know, shout out to them for their innovation. And it's just one of those things when something's going to be overpowered eventually. But most things, they're probably not. Yeah, like Formal Europa is a good example, right? Something that I'm quite familiar with. Formal Europa is a very, very difficult to activate unit whose payoff probably isn't worth the trouble of activating it. But like, maybe down the line there'll be something that really breaks it, or maybe they'll buffer. Who knows? Like, there's always the room for that if they undershoot to buff things up, as K18 was just talking about Grand Willness, right? Yeah, I could see that. K18 should be a very like niche thing. Her kit's cool. It's just like, it's very, very restrictive. Without pushing attack. That's insane. Mistral's so cool. I was blown away by how cool Mistral is when they reworked them, when they reworked those weapons. No, it's probably good to get both Fire Illustrious, I imagine, dude. Like, if you're a Fire main, you want to have all the options available to you, right? Well, how else are you meant to max them out, K18, if you don't buy deep to them, mate? Pretty fucking dumb coming from you. Thought you were a veteran. Be pretty wild, not shit. Well, I mean, these days we get collab gachas as well. Game's going to shit. It's not like the golden years. Yeah, I was shocked too, K18. I was really shocked too. They're obviously doing it because they managed to relicense them for Steam. Shows that they have some commitment to it. They obviously want to, even if it's not super popular, like they obviously want to support the Steam version. They might not have the collab gachas with them, with the reruns. They might, right? Like, in fact, those old ones won't have collab gachas, right? Those don't have, yeah, they don't have gachas attached to them. Yeah, never mind. It's what, Gintama and My Hero Academia, right? Can't wait for those humdingers of side stories. Oh, baby. Gintama, I'm going to guess, is going to be a skip within 3 minutes. My Hero, I might last a little longer. I don't know. We'll see. Hunter x Hunter was gacha because they had Crollo, right? So I'm guessing that must have been quite recent. No, dude, because I actually kind of like My Hero Academia, and I absolutely detest Gintama. I find it so unfunny. I don't get the appeal. It's just such a miss for me. My Hero Academia is like kind of hype. But it'll probably be awful. The side story will probably be awful, so I will end up skipping it almost certainly. Yeah, man, I mean, like, I enjoy My Hero Academia, I enjoy Jujutsu Kaisen, I enjoy Demon Slayer. Like, all of these kind of dross, generic shonens. Like, I find them quite fun to watch. I think they're just very entertaining. They do hype quite well. They're not, like, literary masterpieces or anything. They don't need to be. Like, that's not what they're for. Gintama is more of a comedy show, and that is a like Japanese comedy show real hard for me to get. I just don't get it. Use Deku for your first Wind Dart Rapture clear. Really? The more you know. Nah, Midoriya kind of sucks. You could say he's a little mid-Oriya. You don't get it. Shit, neither do I. A lot of shonen protagonists I really don't like. Like, I think Naruto is an awful, awful protagonist. Luffy is abhorrently terrible. Goku is terrible. Like, I think most shonens are awful in terms of protagonists. So I don't really hold that against it. Goku's super shit, dude. He's so trash. I hate Goku, man. Weakest, like, he's such a weak character. He's like basically a psychopath. He's so weird. I hate the way especially that Goku treats his family. It's pretty messed up. Like, Vegeta is so much of a better person than Goku is. He's like, Goku's like deranged and Vegeta's just had a weird life. He like settles down and is like a pretty decent like husband and father. Goku's just fucked up, man. Yeah, absolutely, Akuben. I think a lot of people get that. Yeah, son, go fight this world-ending enemy while I watch the side. It's like, and you're like, Dad, why don't you just do it? You can go and beat him. It's like, yes, but, well, you know, I couldn't do it. I couldn't possibly do it. I just couldn't possibly do it. You know, it's not my fight, son. It's not my fight. This is all you. You've got that potential. You need to realize it. It's like, Dad, I'm 8 years old. Yeah, when he did, he died. And then all of their friends got messed up as well. Like, because of this choice. All of them friends got messed up. It was just completely, yeah. He's like, he never shows any like real love to Chi-Chi. He's an incredibly bad father to both Gohan and Goten. Like, he's an unreal bad protagonist. And he isn't even very interesting. He's just got this, like, I like to fight and eat. Great. That's great. Yeah, agreed. He's much better in Dragon Ball. Because he's like very alien, right? He's very alien, and that works much better when he's a kid. But the idea that his character doesn't mature and evolve in any way over his entire lifespan is just, it's a bit far-fetched. Especially when you see Vegeta adapt in a very small amount of time to like living on Earth and, you know, living a relatively normal life. Even Piccolo, you see like the evil Demon King Piccolo, he becomes like relatively normal to interact with. He acclimatizes to Earth and like living life way better than Goku does, which just doesn't, I don't know, it sits really, really poorly with me. Like he's a so much better of a father to Gohan than Goku is. It's crazy. No, dude, no. The Piccolo Gohan relationship is so good. Like it gets me hyped up every single time that when they're like working together or fighting together or just talking about each other. It's like such a wholesome like father-son relationship. Everything that Goku isn't basically with Gohan. Like they genuinely love each other. And I think that's just so endearing. I would never, Alex, I would never slander King Piccolo. Come on. Yeah, but he's not his dad, Sidisi. That's the point, right? Like, at that point, he's an alien, and he's an evil alien, right? He's a super villain who's been tasked to train Goku's kid. But over time, he evolves and he gains that kind of paternal instinct. And he starts really there's a real relationship, a real bond that forms. You can just see very close to the start of that even, how much they like grow to care for each other. And how much he reacts to like Gohan crying and that kind of thing. Like, that's not what Goku does. Goku doesn't get any better. He is an awful father to start with and never gets any better. And it's even shown in the manga, right? How he never loves Chi-Chi. Like, he doesn't have those feelings of love for Chi-Chi. It never happens. He doesn't view Chi-Chi as like a loved one. It's really, really weird. Just sits very strangely with me. It's like not a very, for a very widespread manga that and anime that is largely designed towards kids. Like, it's a incredibly bad like role model. The Dragon Ball Super. I did watch that. Every other character in that show throughout Dragon Ball Z, you see like a lot of evolution of character. Even people like Yamcha, right? And Tien, who are relatively minor characters, you see them evolve a lot. Goku, nope. Never changes. And that's a real constant with a lot of anime protagonists. And we were talking about My Hero, right? Like, Midoriya, one of the reasons I really don't like Midoriya is because he never really changes. Even when he's grown up and is a superhero, he's still like the whiny little crybaby who gets serious every now and again. But he's still like, he needs to be propped up constantly emotionally by everyone around him. Just kind of lame. Somehow makes him like one of the least heroic characters in the show, which I'm sure is not the intention. Because the whole thing is like All Might is this symbol of hope, right? That's what they call it, the symbol of hope. He's an inspiration to everyone around him, and because of that, he has to put on, even when he's human and has no powers, he has to put on this guise that he is invincible and he's untouchable. And, like, Midoriya never, ever, ever, ever evolves to get that. Never even gets close to that. He's still weak by the end of the show, like, emotionally. Yeah, indeed, yeah. It's the side characters of Naruto that I like. Sakura shows some signs of promise, but I don't blame Sakura for that. The writers of the show are just very misogynistic in terms of their character writing. So all female characters in that show are eternally fated to be just trash cans. There's a moment at the start of Shippuden or something where Sakura fights like the puppet person. I can't remember their name. It's been way too long. And I thought they were going to be like, they were going to actually give Sakura like a proper development arc where she gets to be like a proper combatant, but they didn't. They didn't do that. I was really hopeful of it, but yeah, it was a really cool fight as well. Yeah, they didn't really do anything with it, sadly. Maybe, Sensine. Yeah, maybe, mate. The best moment in all of Naruto Shippuden for me was when oh boy, what's she called? God, the names are so hard, so long. I want to say Renoa. Is that a name? That is a Final Fantasy VIII character, right? What the hell is she called? Blind girl. Not blind. Misty-eyed girl. Naruto's girl. Oh my god, I really can't remember her name. That's unreal. My memory gets so bad. Hinata, thank you. Yeah, Hinata. My favourite moment was when Hinata steps in against Pain to save, like, even though she knows it's completely hopeless, right? She steps in to try to save Naruto when he's got completely fucked up by Pain. That is the best part. That's the best moment in the show for me. Aside from that, it is Rock Lee against Gaara. The Rock Lee Gaara fight. And I also did like Guy facing off against God, I'm never going to be able to remember the name. You know what I'm talking about though, towards the end of the story. Rock Lee Gaara is the best fight in the entire series. Without a doubt, in my opinion. Yeah, big bad dude. The names become very hazy as I get towards the end of that series because there were so many characters. Madara, yeah, Madara. God, it must be so long ago that I watched that now. For like 20 years. The fact that I still remember any bits of it shows like how cool some parts of that show were. Really timeless. Yeah, I thought that was a good fight. I liked Sakura. Sakura really popped off in that fight. I really thought they were gonna be like, wow, Sakura's a badass now. Like Sakura's actually gonna be a person. But no, sadly not. 14, 15 years ago. Makes sense. Yeah, the sound ninjas were pretty sweet. After the Pain saga, I don't have much recollection of the show. It definitely felt like it dropped off the face of the planet after the Pain saga for me. Thanks, Adrian. Thanks for following, man. Hope you're having a good day. Rock plus Gara versus the Bongo. Yeah, that was pretty sweet, yeah. Yeah, it was mad filler. I like development of my characters. If that wasn't clear enough already, I like to see a character who's come a long way, who has had a journey and has had their hero's journey. They've had their struggles, and they've evolved and become better for it. And they often don't do that with anime protagonists for some reason. Anime protagonists seem to stay the same, a lot of them, especially the shonen ones. They seem to stay the same throughout the series. They just don't really... They, like, get more powers, but they don't actually evolve as people. I can never get into Mob Psycho. I tried watching a few episodes of it, I just couldn't... I didn't really understand what's going on. Seinen? What's Seinen? Sorry. What's the point of the trial scrolls if you can't use them to learn the skill but only level up? It is to raise the skill on the characters. They made it a long time ago, so they stopped putting skill books in there for that and only put scrolls instead because it was breaking certain things. It meant they could only put limited books in there. Seinen is older. I see. Yeah, of course, anime that is, and manga that is aimed towards older people likely has a lot of development. Vinland, yeah, that makes sense. Vinland Saga is a very mature anime for sure. A very mature work of literature. Yeah, that's unfortunately not it. They basically felt when they first ran the fighter trial and the mage trial, they were limited events that were only there for a certain amount of time. It was only after that they started making them all permanent. And when they reran them, they had those scrolls instead of books because I think they were vastly limited by the kinds of books that they could put into the gacha. They felt like very restricted. Thank you, K18. That's super kind of you. That is super, super duper kind of you. So yeah, now they make everything scrolls rather than books, so you don't end up with... Like, for instance, they could never put a Way of the Thief book into the game, but they can do Way of the Thief scrolls just fine. Because it would be very, very broken. Same with, like, I guess, like, Way of the Night, not so much, because you can get Way of the Night from the gacha, but even still... The amount of hexamats I have leached off of people. Like, I hope one day I can pay that forward in some way in this game. We got a Dark Opus weapon and 3 Draconics, basically funded by other people's Provenance Crystal clears. Which helped us out so much as well. Then quit. I won't quit GBF. I don't know what would make me quit GBF. I can't really think of anything. I would have quit GBF by now if I was going to. Like, all of the things that would make me quit GBF are the things that I've already been through. All Draconics and multiple open. Wow. All from leeches. You're a beast, Tenzi. This last Draconic that I made, my Dark Draconic, I actually funded myself. It was a good feeling. It was a really good feeling to know that we actually cleared the hexes ourselves for it. No, so they ran a campaign recently, Illusion, for clearing Abyss 3. Like, they wanted X number of players to clear Abyss 3. And they hit the goals for it, and they rewarded everyone who had cleared Abyss 3 with 2,000 gems. So it's not something you can get now. Abyss 3 is quite deep in the game as well, and it's quite hard. The reason why they've been pushing for people to complete it so much is because a lot of people are roadblocks on it, or have been roadblocks on it, and they've been making the game easier in lots of ways to help newer players through Abyss 3. As the transition from Abyss 2 to Abyss 3 is a real shock to the system for a lot of people. And that's still very fast, the bot, compared to the average player. That's still extremely fast. These rerolls are taking a fair while. Yeah, they do. I thought getting 2 decent units could be a good stepping stone. You don't need to worry about that. The general adventurers in that game are insane. They are so powerful. There's a character called Camille, who is a lower rarity adventurer, who is the best adventurer in the game. She is the most important thing for progress that you can get on a reroll. Better than every other single adventurer in the entire game, barring absolutely none. I am not exaggerating. She is the best adventurer in the entire game for a new player. And she's a general adventurer. She's the lower rarity. You can make an entire team of general adventurers, and they are legendary level power. They are legendary level power, like, better than most legendaries in the game. So much better than the legendary healer for a new player. So much better. It's not even close. The legendary healer is basically unplayable for a new player. It is not usable because she needs specific gearing. Like, the legendary healer is actually trash compared to Camille for a new player. Camille you can equip with anything. No, Alice is great. Alice is great. I'm talking about Anemone, who's a healer. Alice is insanely good. So, for general content, Elysian, if you are struggling against something, if you're trying to progress on something, you're going to want to use Alice and Camille together. They are the, like, 2 supports that the average player is going to want to use. Alice is insanely good. She's so good. But Camille is better. In terms of DPS, there are so many options, it really doesn't matter. It genuinely doesn't matter in the slightest. The game is not like this adventurer is bad and this one is good. It's like this adventurer is really good and this one is very slightly better in terms of DPS. What for the healers or whatever you're looking for? Sorry, my brain has just gone to a complete fucking jelly. Illusion. Yeah, supports. It's Alice and Camille all the way down. There are a few other options you can use, but they are vastly worse for the most part. You can get Camille for free from a quest. You can, but it's not something you can do early on. So that isn't, like, really super helpful. Yeah, worry about the units that you want. More than anything else. The most important units you can have for progression through the game are going to be Alice and Camille. Camille is a general adventurer. You will get her eventually. Alice, you can pick from the selector that you get to start with. Lana Vale is nice to have, but I think she's a lot less important than perhaps she used to be. And there are a lot of other options that you can use rather than Lana Vale. It's just she has a cool passive that heals you for a little bit after every battle. Which again is less important than it used to be due to some of the changes they made in the game. So I would focus on getting the legendaries that you want, the characters that you want to play with, because you can and will be able to use those all the way through the game if you want to. It's perfectly reasonable for you to use all three of those Calab units as your DPS for your team. It might not be optimal, but they will be fine, and you will be able to play to the end of the game with them in those spots. People have cleared the game with a lot less. Yeah, you'll get a bunch of the base legendaries just from pulling over the course of your time. Yeah, it really is as simple as that. If you want to progress through the game, you take Alice, you take Camille. And honestly, Camille is probably more important than Alice. But you take both of those guys, and then you add any DPS of your choice. And you're fine. There are obviously going to be some that are slightly better than others, but because the game is class-based rather than character-based, it means a fighter of one character type is actually very similar to a fighter of another character type. They just have slightly different bells and whistles attached. Yeah, you do need a chest opener, but that, for most people, is going to be MC. I don't want to overcomplicate things for people right now in terms of chest opening, because that is a whole different thing. For most people, you're going to default to your main character for that, but don't worry about it right away. Yes and no. Yes and no on the it would be a thief. It's complicated is the answer to that, and I don't want to overload you with stuff that isn't relevant to you right now, Illusion. Just probably keep in mind you're probably going to end up using your MC, your main character, as your thief, as your chest opener for quite a while. No, it isn't that simple, Tweshwi. If only it was that simple. But like most people who use thieves, like Deborah or whatever, hit Abyss 3 and they're like, shit, my thief can't open the chest. So my advice to any new player is just worry about it later. You're probably going to use your MC as your trap opener for quite a while. That's the simplest way of putting it, because it's so complicated to try to explain it. It's not going to make any sense. Yeah, because the best. No. No, 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 no. If Lunaria does get healer, she will be the best unit in the game. The best character in the game, in my opinion. A few people did make the point that healers so far have only been good, and they do have somewhat alignment locked classes in this game. So it is possible that healer will never be on a class that is not good, on a character that is not good, which of course would remove it from being on Lunaria, but we have no idea really. Yes, another 3.5 weeks. Although that is a pretty long amount of time. Depends what kind of reroll you're looking for, really. I think rerolling for one of the Final Fantasy 11 characters is probably quite reasonable, and then selecting another one. Trying to reroll for 2 of the 3, that sounds like it could be a very painful reroll. But if you're into it, that would get you all 3 of the characters. We are heal blocked. Yeah, you have to use the gems on the scrolls. Yeah, somewhat ironically, Zide is actually the best of the 3. By probably some way as well, some margin for a new player. He can crack you, oh baby. Can crack you like a like a free range egg. The bot. Yeah, that's reasonable. So yeah, if you're not fussed about Zide, you're really just looking for Iroha or Prish, and then can select the other one. I believe. I believe. It's only a matter of time. Persevere. More than anything, I would say that Prish is fun. Like, Prish has a very different playstyle to anything else in the game. So, Prish is definitely the coolest of the 3 in terms of, like, mechanics. The cesties aren't too bad, really. Like, they're going to stay in the game, and also you can buy cesties, silver cesties, from the collab shop, right? And that merchant's going to stay there now. So at worst, you can get yourself a store-bought one. It's not really the end of the world. It's going to be perfectly fine for the average player. Must be nice, the bot. Must be nice, mate. Sure, all you need is a credit card. Do you have a credit card? They're not good, by the way. The weapon is actually not particularly good. As with most gacha weapons in Wizardry, the gacha items are actually not good at all. Maybe if you're willing to put like $5,000 into them. Most people opt not to do that. Most. It's Pierce. Nah, I don't think it is. You'd have to get a really, really, really good version of one for it to be best. Not to mention you would have to get 9 copies of it. Because its base attack is lower than Silver Cesti even. Oh, we got fucked. Oh, I see. It got burst really hard. I don't know what those things are. Sadly. Sadly, Elisa. I take it they're Final Fantasy 11 things. But unfortunately, I don't think they're going to go very far. I think Drewcom's looking for some of that green more than anything. I see, Citizen. Hello, sweetie pie. Come on. Ah, really, Elisa. Interesting. The gear getting the tutorial. Oh yeah, like Wizardry's a funny game. In a way, Elysian, this is like people half joke about this, but it is actually genuinely quite true. The tutorial in Wizardry is probably a good like 30 hours of play. And it teaches you in a very unorthodox way by watching you fail over and over, basically. By not actually giving you advice and be like, well, you better learn. You're either going to learn or you're going to quit the game. Which is it going to be? Very Japanese. Very wizardry. Go with me in the tutorial on the Daphne in the name of the game. So Daphne gets explained in Abyss 4. I obviously don't want to spoil that, but Daphne gets somewhat explained in Abyss 4. Lulunade, she's a wild character. She's a wild character. She's a really interesting character. She not only serves as your guide through the game, but also has a very interesting personality. One that a lot of people have a lot of theories over. Idiot. Lulunade, oh yeah, we probably won't have any idea on Lulunade, only theories for an extremely long amount of time, possibly longer than the game lasts. She is a real woman of mystery. She's not like Paimon. She is very much like a character in her own right. If anything, she's like the protagonist of the game. You're just some fucking rando. Yes, she is similar, sort of, to Lyria. If Lyria was pretty much the opposite of Lyria's personality. Like, Lulunade is very undead. Like, she's presumably been dead for a very long time. Now, that may or may not be the reason behind why she's so, like, cold and heartless. But she still has glimpses of emotion over very specific things, and those things are recurring themes. Kids and witches as well. She gets really worked up and angry over witches, and there are a few different things like this. She is petty and she's manipulative. She is sadistic in a lot of places. She she enjoys watching some people suffer, including you sometimes. She's a really interesting character. And she actively gives you bad advice sometimes as well to see what happens. It's it's really, really interesting for a guide character. Good luck, Nightfire. Good luck. She... Oh, I can't say that, will spoil the game. But yeah, she's really interesting. Apparently it's paler and Seox, yep. So I've been told. And a summon. She gets really mad. She gets super pissed when she crosses you. It's like all fun and games, and she's just playing around, and it doesn't really matter what happens to you. When you cross her, she gets fucking pissed. She's just like, go and die. You might as well go and die then. Like, pretty much in those words. She stops giving you advice and is just like, go and die then. See if I care. She doesn't know. She doesn't give a fuck. Yes, except rather than being a tsundere, she's a psychopath. Feel like you've seen her somewhere before. That's interesting. We're talking about Wizardry variants Daphne, the guide character that you get, that sort of joins you in your adventure very early on into the game. It's a ghost called Lulinade. Except she really means it. Except she's not trying to. She's not trying to win your affection. She genuinely means it. Every word. Yes. Like, the main character in Wizardry is very much a kind of silent protagonist. Like, the choices you make matter, at least in Wizardry, but yeah, you're not really getting much character with the Wizardry main character, so having a character following you around with so much personality is very nice. I think a lot of people get quite attached to Lulinade, like love her or hate her. The experience would be very different if you didn't have her. The bind bills, they're for one of the combines. I don't know which one. For the relics. True, true. Wizardry Daphne is definitely not a game for everyone. The producers and developers of it are the first people to say that. It's aimed towards a very specific demographic. Fucking masochists. It is Unkslop, it's true. Yeah, I hope you get your rerolls done soon. Elisa. They make this character interesting and then they never see. Yeah, I hate Girl of the Week gacha. I detest it. I hate it so much. You even see it in quite prominent story gachas such as Reverse 1999. Absolutely abhorrent for it. Like this extremely story-based gacha where the girls that show up, like, and it usually is girls, they appear for like an episode and then you never fucking hear about them ever again. They're just there to like sell the banner. I hate that. But unfortunately that's very, very prevalent in a lot of gachas. It's just kind of the way it is. Granblue Fantasy definitely isn't innocent of that. I've played all the Granblue Fantasy side stories. I've seen the side stories where they were showcasing like summer characters and stuff. Yeah, definitely not innocent. But at least they focus a lot more on altars, and they do kind of reference them in the story. Limbus doesn't do it because Limbus is ultra special in that they don't do new characters. They actually kind of cracked the system with IDs on characters, on their main cast of characters. But story writing with the same characters for years is really hard. That's why most games stray away from that. Project Moon obviously has a lot of faith in their story writers to be able to do character development and that kind of thing. Most games don't have that. Where is Fenrir? That's a good question. I was really surprised there was no Fenrir character. Losing. I would be surprised that Honkai Star Rail does that. I would be very surprised. Yeah, she used to be a raid, right? She's one of the raids that they took out of the game. And she has a summon? I think she's a summon still, right? The collab dungeon is fantastic, yeah, Miyabi. Her and Cerberus, yeah. I've heard Punishing Grey Raven has a really good story. It's super not my type of game in terms of gameplay, unfortunately. Or in terms of the music and stuff that they use. But I've heard very good things about the Punishing Grey Raven story. Something you can no longer get, yeah, sure. Maybe one day they'll bring him back. Like, surely somewhere down the line, she'll be in the story again. And they'll have an incentive to make her again. Yeah, yeah. Oh, did she? Oh, yeah, she appeared in one of the more recent chapters, actually, yeah. Cerberus. No. The other one. Fenrir. Fenrir. I never really liked the Ark Knight story. But I know a lot of people who do. I'm sure Ark Knight's story is good. It's just very, very verbose. And I have this problem with a lot of games. It isn't like other games, even ones that I play, like Granblue Fantasy is just way too verbose for than it needs to be. Like these six chapter side stories could be handled in like 2. But like with the combination of it being very verbose, but also unvoiced, it makes it a real toil to read. Like, it is not a pleasant read for me, Ark Knight's story. Yeah, Enfield is not an Ark Knight's game. That's the only way that you can possibly look at it. Enfield's been mislabeled. It's been put into the wrong box. Yeah, it's soulless. It's utterly soulless. I only played Ark Knights for a day, and I felt like even though I didn't particularly like it, because I don't really like that sort of game, I'm not big on tower defense. Story didn't really click with me. There were lots of aspects of the game that I did like the sound effects and the character voices that were there, the designs of the characters. And you could tell just that a lot of effort and passion had gone into making the game. It definitely did not feel soulless. Enfield, yeah, not so much. Yeah, Enfield it's Hoyo Slop. It's exactly that, it's Hoyo Slop. And there's nothing worse for a company that isn't Hoyo to be making Hoyo Slop, you know? It's about as bad as it gets. It's kind of inexcusable. Especially when they have a developed fan base who have so many hopes hinged on the game. It's sad, man. But yeah, it makes the most money. All of these big companies want big money. So even though it's an unattainable thing to get like Genshin popularity with a Genshin clone, like that's what all companies want, because their shareholders don't understand that that's not possible. And the CEO wants to please the shareholders, and all of the people underneath the CEO want to please the CEO or their bosses, so they kind of just have to do it. We've seen quite a lot of interviews now from different game developers where they're talking about how they have had a lot of pressure to make their game like Genshin, literally in those words, to make their game like Genshin, because that's what every company wants for their game. Every board wants for their game. They want a game that pops off like Genshin does. Takes some real maniacs to deviate from that formula. Yeah, honestly, it's even more so than the actual style of game, like whether it's open world or whatever. You can tell when something is Hoyo slop by just looking at the menus and looking at the packs and looking at the gacha system. Like, it isn't even anything to do with the gameplay itself. You can just tell instantly. You're like, yep, sub 1% rate, fixed formula shop with almost identical packs to every other Hoyo game, like with different terms. And the menus are laid out in almost exactly the same way as well. You can just tell it's like just been copy-pasted pretty much. They put their aesthetic on it, but they've copy and pasted the entire formula of the game. So it doesn't really matter whether it's open world or whether it's like slightly open world or closed world or something else entirely. If it's turn-based or whatever, you can just tell straight away if something's Hoyo focused, Hoyo inspired. Yeah, weapon banners, 50-50. Like, sometimes you can do away with the 50-50, but it's still Hoyo slop. Like, you can still tell it's got awful odds. It's got a really low pity. It's got separate weapon banners. These are all of the things that Genshin cemented into gachas, and they're still here years later. If anything, they just become more and more and more prevalent. Hi, Dreamless. How's it going? Sorry, Wizardry. My bad, brother. I don't hate Hoyo games. I just think they attract a certain specific type of person, and that person is not me. I don't want to be any part of that shit. I think Hoyo has done a lot for making gachas more mainstream. Now, whether that's a good or a bad thing, I don't know. That's your own personal take. But Hoyo has done a lot in making gachas like way more accessible and way more accepted in society. The bit that really gets me about 50-50 Nightfar is how some people just immediately are attracted to anything that isn't a 50-50, when sometimes there are games that have guaranteed pools that actually have absolutely diabolical odds as well. Like, gacha systems just suck in general. I don't think 50-50 is necessarily more of a problem than some of the others that are out there. There are obviously some that are way better, though. There are some gacha systems that are way better. But there are a lot of very, very bad gacha systems out there. Yeah, indeed, Twitchery, indeed. I think more so for me, separate weapon banners get me every time I'm like, this is dog shit. It doesn't matter if it's 50-50 for me. If I see a separate weapon banner, I'm like, The most important things for me in order in gachas are probably dupe functionality, then weapon banner in terms of like big red flags on the gacha system. 50-50 is actually a way down there. Yeah, pity's a very big deal in these games. When you're dealing with a rock bottom pull rate like you are in a lot of games these days, sub 1% pull rate, suddenly the value of the pity becomes much more important on average, as you are more often than not going to pity. So pity, the number of pulls that a pity can be very important as well. Oh, for sure, Citizen. That's a huge part of marketing for catchers. That might be true, Miyabi. I do not know. Another big thing is like heavily limited characters. That's another real big one for me. If characters are extremely limited and or they have a separate currency for different characters, these are mega red flags, like ultra red flags that will immediately make me question the game. A big positive of a gacha game for me, if I see it, is if it has a sharding system. I'm like, okay, that's a game where they have some degree of want for longevity of the game. They want to retain players if they have a sharding system. Daphne's alive for two main reasons. It is a type of game that is not replicated by anything else in the genre of gachas, or indeed anything else that's ever been made. There's nothing that really matches the scope of Daphne. And also because Wizardry is an immense Japanese IP. It is very large. It's not like Final Fantasy large, but it is a very big deal in Japan. Wizardry got partial funding from the Japanese government for that game to be made. Like, it is a heritage property. It's a heritage Japanese property, Nick. It's kind of like how what's it called? Oh my god. What's the action RPG? Silksong. Silksong got funded by the Australian government, and Expedition 33 got funded by the French government. Like, some national works are very treasured in the video game, even though they're video games. Zyde is a very big deal character. He's an exceptionally good character. For the average player, Zyde is going to massively outperform Prish. Massively going to outperform Prish. And Zyde even apparently has game at very high levels. He's very well respected by Japanese Wizardry players. So yeah, I guess he holds up all the way through. Yeah, it has similar kind of vibes to Fear and Hunger. Very gear dependent, yes. Daphne, there are three things that are important in Daphne in this order. The most important by a very long way is your knowledge of the game. The more you understand the game, the easier the game will be. The second, a ways down, but still very important, is equipment. The more time you spend grinding, and the more you know about how to use the gear system and how to make good gear, that's going to skyrocket you through the game in terms of mechanical power. And then way down here is money. If you put money into the game, it's obviously going to help you out. Yeah, we somehow got away with that. I did not realize which turn we were on. Whales do not have a huge advantage whatsoever, Miyabi. That's not true. It's one of the least important games for whales. If you farm a lot in Wizardry, you'll have a much better understanding. You'll have a way better time than a whale, than the average whale. Time is massively more important than money in Daphne. Like, and money can't buy you time in Daphne because the things that you need from money, like, they're not really feasible to get. Even if you buy all the gacha equipment in the game, and this is a lot of money, dude. Like, we're talking $10,000 on every banner. There's still a very good chance you will not get as good gear as you would from grinding. But more important than any of that is just knowledge of how to play the game, like knowledge of what the mobs do and how your abilities work. Cock. Yeah, a cock's out. Time equals money, though, so whales also have time. No? Surprised I've actually managed to memorize the options to get neutral alignment. I'm not surprised. I had definitely reached that point as well. It depends. Yeah, it depends on the person. That's going to be vastly different depending on the person. Surety is pretty good. Yep, Miyabi. Yeah, we got 420 books. That's a funny number, right, guys? Anyone remember 420? I know it's all about 6-7 these days, but anyone remember 420? Pretty funny number. Ladu 7 is not the only full party heal. I guess technically it is. There are other heals in the game. There are other cures in the game that you could raise to 7. It's just impossible, basically impossible to do so. There's a healer spell. There's a healer spell that heals everyone except the healer. Another reason why healers are incredible. And that you don't need a, like, Ladimophis 7 level of investment to get that. Tweshry got Ladimophis 7 for free. What guy? Congratulations, Tweshry. The free one for some reason, for whatever reason, has bad stats. Like, as in, it has stats stripped off of it. I have no idea why. It just does. I don't know why they would do that, but they have. So the one you get from the quest should only really be used as a discipline. Yeah, genuinely 70 less points. I don't know why. I really have no idea why. I don't know what the idea behind it is, but it's not my game. I don't know. It's impossible to say. Impossible to say the bot, as with everything in Daphne. Bug or feature? It's like a Jeopardy category. And the answer is nobody knows. Just get one, lol. Lol. Just get one, lol. It's a healer quest somewhere down the line, Cyril. You won't have it yet. I don't know which abyss it is for. Probably. Oh, we got fucked. Shit. Should really pay more attention. The 70% trigger is very lethal. How's my day going? Fine, thank you. How's your day going? Getting on? Wake up, cool. Always a good thing when you wake up. Tweshby would never run Camille. Yeah, Tweshby's a pretty nice guy. Gonna be heal blocked, aren't we? Oh, I've done all this stuff. Never mind. Is it worth to get all the guiding lights? That is entirely up to you. For some people it will be, for some people it won't be worth the effort. The guiding light process is pretty shit in some places. I wouldn't say it's ultra time consuming, but it isn't particularly fun. Some of them you may find yourself wanting to do because they're attached to things that you kind of want to do anyway. Some of them, they're a bit out of the way. Yeah, the faction quests take a chunk of time. Done pretty well on these martial masteries. We already have, what, 443, and we haven't had any of these drop. I don't mind the martial mastery grind. I know some people really hate this. I don't think this one is that bad. Your brain is something, Cyril. All of our brains are something. I'm sure there's got to be an amount, a percentage of potato in most people's brains. Certainly in mine. It's the social medias and the tiki-tokis. These are the major contributors. The potato brain. Delicious warm brain broth. Mmm. Yummy. Yum yum. I need to heal on that turn. People have the shittiest FAS enhance, yeah. I remember back when full alteration stones were first introduced. We had a guy who came through here all the time called Dorkimus Prime. He's what my Gerolf was named after, Dwarfimus. And he amazed us. He blew our minds with full alteration stone, where his full alteration stone ended up worse than the initial roll. And we didn't know. We were like, what the hell has even happened? Because we didn't understand FAS mechanics or anything back then. We're just like, what the hell? Are you sure you've done that? We'd never seen anything like it before. We'd seen some like minimal upgrades on like Master Fighter's Ring, but we'd never seen it where the roll had got worse. Seems good, Breadstick. I can't believe I've delayed my silver shards even more by doing this. Like, it is kind of working on the silver shards, I guess. What was I thinking? We're never going to get Transcended, TN, and Neon. This does need to be done, though. We're going to have to get these books for Ranger Origin when it comes out, aren't we? Might as well do it now. When we're working on shards, that you do get shards from this. It does make sense. That was our Logia heal. Stream is clickbait, yeah, pretty much, because everyone wants to come and watch silver relic shard farming, don't they? It's everyone's favorite. Granblue Fantasy always brings in the viewers, don't get me wrong, but like silver relic shard farming, that's where it really pops off. When things get real. Kinda. You have to make a lot of relics for a set of characters called the Eternals. Top right brings in viewers. That's why I always make so much effort to look sexy, Hayabusa. When I'm wearing a tracksuit top, I always make sure to keep the zipper nice and low, you know? People get a real good look at that, that chest region. It's all about the eye candy, isn't it? Hello, Bean. We don't farm relics in this. I've already farmed my relics, Bean. So I guess technically that's true. Sort of. Kinda. How are you, dude? If you've already farmed something, surely that means that you don't farm that thing, right? I'm actually getting mats for Ranger Origin, which I'm going to use with my Murcielago. But that's like way down the line. I figured I'd do this now because these give relic shards as well, so I don't want to like do this later and then just get extra relic shards I'm not going to do anything with. It made sense to me. Yeah, Ranger Origin is the next Origin class. Got announced on their big mega stream thing. I'm gonna get Fighter Origin 100%, Boone. Yeah, I'm gonna be using that for every class. I think every element except for wind. But I've already got the mats for that. I'm just farming this because it does relic shards at the same time, albeit very slowly. I can't do Fighter Origin yet because I need Earth Anima. I still haven't done my Earth M3. So I don't have any of this. And I don't have any of this. And you can't unlock the Origin classes until you have, what, 30 of each Omega Anima? Silver Relic Shard's just disgusting. Yep, agreed. Abhorrent behavior. I was thinking next week we were going to get into some single player games, but I still don't think we're quite there yet. Maybe the week after. I need to do 2 days for EQ Legends at the start of next week. But then it should only be the one from then on. We have Earth Grid to farm on this next week. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. I still want to finish Relink. I have a whole list of games, but I want to finish Relink first. I feel like there's a lot still to do in Relink. I just kind of like, because I'm a little bit invested in Granblue, like I kind of want to see what happens with the characters and how they portray them and all that stuff. But it was hard to devote time to Relink when we still had so much to do on Granblue Fantasy. We've been very deep in the Granblue mines for several months, in case nobody had noticed. Only recently have we started seeing the light of day once more. I finished my last, like, it was so cool to finish the last side story yesterday. I remember looking at our list of side stories, like literally about 100 side stories, and being like, well, this is gonna take a little while. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to actually get to the end of it. Yeah, genuinely, Katie, that's a really good estimate. It's so on Steam, my Granblue on Steam is about 2,000 hours. I'd probably say I've clocked around about 500 on my phone, like while not playing Granblue. So yeah, I would imagine it's probably about that much, which is a pretty huge commitment. It is looking less bleak. I have enjoyed it for the most part. I am kind of brain damaged, so I quite enjoy just doing these grinds. I don't have any issue with it whatsoever. It's like not a chore to me. It's perfectly fine. The only thing that really rubbed on me was Eternals. Eternal inventory management and stuff. I can't imagine how bad that used to be. When you're playing Arknights, I've already played Arknights before. I know I don't like the game. Sorry, Apprentice. Also, I really don't care for Hypergriff. Fuck Hypergriff. Nah, not fuck Arknights. Fuck Arknights Enfield, sure. Fuck Hypergriff. Fuck Hypergriff. Arknights isn't for me, but like I can see why Arknights is for a lot of people. I can absolutely see the passion and the soul that's in that game. And there were aspects of it that I did actually enjoy. It has quite high production quality as well. We're talking about Arknights, not Trails in the Sky. Thanks, Boom. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's the level you get from me today, I'm afraid. Yeah, is it the new Trails in the Sky chapter next month? It's not going to be top on my like to playlist. 777 was not the Arky account. Alison Yecker. Oh, that's close. That's a decent route. That's a decent roll. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go on the bottom of the list. Like I really want to work through the things I've already got before I move on to something else. But I would like to play the second chapter. It is my favourite chapter of all the Trails in the Sky, so I would really, really like to try and play that. Even if I never played 3 and 4. Even if I never actually even play 3 and 4, I would really like to play 1 and 2. Like 1 and 2 are kind of a complete package. Sort of. 3 and 4 are a little bit different. Not that I dislike 3 and 4, but they take a little bit of a different route. Have I made a huge mistake here? What turn am I even on? What am I doing? How old am I? What year is this? Wait, that was my Beelzebub turn! Granblue Fantasy's hard. It's all gone to shit. Yeah, there are 4 Trails in the Sky. 4 chapters. I'm barely keeping track of my rotation as it is, but I try my best to remember the important turns. I just didn't there. It's fine. Yeah, there are 4 Trails in the Sky. It's a really long series. Wait, is it a trilogy? Oh, maybe I'm misremembering. Yeah, maybe you're right. It could be. I don't remember anymore. I have to look it up. Is there a 4th game? Is Final Chapter 3rd chapter? I don't know. Trails in Sky. 4th game? I might be getting really mixed up. Oh yeah, 3rd and final entry. Yeah, my mistake. I didn't remember. No, I'm going crazy. I'm going absolutely mad. I'm merging together Trails of Cold Steel with Trails in the Sky. 3rd chapter is its own thing because it follows a different set of characters. I thought that spanned over 2 games, but apparently it doesn't. Yes, only Chinese closed beta though, K18. So we will get some information about it, but you know, obviously I'm not going to be playing the Chinese closed beta. Yeah, I'll be interested to see it. I'm skeptical. I'm pretty skeptical at the moment. I'd love to not be skeptical. I'd love to see things which make me not skeptical. But until I get some more details about the game, it's hard not to be. I'm not, I'm afraid, Boone. I'm an ignorant Westerner. I want a lot of things. I want to know how powerful dupes are going to be. I want to know if there's a sharding system. I want to know how prevalent PvP is going to be in the game. Like, are we going to see Apex? Or is this not going to be anything like mobile? I want to know how the units combine together. I want to know how many units you generally have in a team. I want to know what the gacha rates are going to be like. And how easy and free-to-play accessible it's going to be. These are all really important things that we need to know before we can even consider how accessible the game is going to be. And without accessibility, the game is just DOA. Just like Ark Land. I want to know if they've learned from their mistakes of Ark Land or not. My brain absolutely is mashed potatoes. Very much so. Yeah, indeed, K18, I would be like, oh god, no. Like, without a shot, if they do intend to make it a very heavily PvP-based game, and it's perfectly fine if they don't. I'm actually not bothered in the slightest if they don't. If they decide to not do Apex and not make it PvP focused at all, I actually don't give a fuck. I don't give the slightest of fucks. It's whatever. It's just the way it is. It's just a different sort of game. But if they do the whole PvP thing and they really push it, and then they don't have accessibility to free-to-play and low-spender players, it's going to just ruin the game. The game's going to be an absolute mess. Like, PvP gachas are already not popular. If you start gating them, they're DOA. They are utterly DOA. Look at things like Star Savior recently, like, utterly, like, the game just gutted itself by being too greedy. Failed immediately in 2 regions. Paid for a load of advertising in a 3rd region and then immediately failed in that region as well. Fox has been around, so yeah, he's only really clocked in quite late in the evening. So usually around the time that you go to bed or after. He's been working this week. Don't worry, Fox is fine. Probably a little sleep deprived. Yeah, working in those real life mines. I'm gonna throw it out there, Citizen. I think mining is a waste of time in Wizardry unless you want ore. I'm gonna chuck it out there. I think it's an absolute time scam. I think you'd be better off just farming. to get alteration stones. Well, there you go. You're fine then. Oh, that's not good. Mistakes were made. Get back up to 1,000 junk. Nice. So you're farming as well. You're farming and mining. You're living the dream, mate. I haven't even got all the gil I need for the books yet. Right, folks, I need to bounce. It is clock tower time. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with a full stream. Looks like we'll be doing some more of this. Some big mastery trials. Who's pumps? I certainly am. Thank you. Thank you, Bean. That's very kind of you. I will do my best to have fun with clock tower. I won't have to try too hard. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, the bot. Thanks, Bean. Thanks, Citizen. Thanks, Son. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Cyril. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, K18. Thank you, everyone else who's still out there. Anyone that I missed. Appreciate you all. See you tomorrow. Take care. Good luck. Have a great night. Bye-bye. We are very much enjoying ourselves. Thank you for asking, Boone. He's getting it.